Welcome to the show. As always, the first thing you fucking hear me do is sigh. That was a weird hotline, wasn't it? Weird. Next hotline has to be really, really good. Okay, today I'm talking to Brittany Simon and the ladies about men and how they experience their emotion. Men are repressed. Men are oppressed. Obviously, men are oppressed. Men don't experience or have different emotions. There's not a different mechanism in a man's brain. Men are just pussies. Men are supposed to be like fucking insects or something. Let me get my fucking link out, okay? Okay, bitches. Let's get emotional, okay? Fuck. Oh man, I've been thinking a lot about this whole streaming and narcissism thing. And really, I stream best when I feel like a slave to the stream. And my performance is at my own expense. For my fucking art. It hurts in a way. But then it lets me externalize something. It's weird. It's fucking weird. It's hard to talk about it while there's these fucking screaming women talking over me. Sheesh, it's all these screaming women talking over me, trying to hype me up for the stream. I did this to myself. I need to finish this video that I'm working on, and the fact that I'm doing this now. I've got two streams 2 days in a row, but I'm a little bit depressed. I need to fucking do it. And I need to follow up on some shit that I need to do in my life. It's very important, critically important. What am I doing here with you? It's all a fucking masquerade. This song and dance. There's important things that need to get done in my life. There's important things that need to get done in your life. What are we fucking doing here? What are you, a man? Are you afraid to interact with your emotions? You afraid to go there? Well, nobody will listen to you. Nobody will care about you. So you just gotta hide. You just gotta work. Because then someone will love you if you work your ass off. Someone will fucking love you if you take care of them and make their life, give them the life that you wish you could have had. Well, you know what? Women don't want to be men's slaves. And I think that you're gonna be happier if they aren't. And part of that process means that you're going to have to get emotional, vulnerable. You're going to have to be a bitch. It's going to hurt like a bitch. I'm getting a phone call from Brittany Simon and the gang.
Hello, hello.
Hello. I'm live. Do you want me to mute the call or something?
Yeah, can you mute us?
Yeah,
just so we can set it up without the press.
Yeah. How do I can do it like this. Here you go. Okay. Can I come back in a second? Okay, Thank you. It's just the way I have all my audio set up and everything. It's all right. Cool. All right. I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. I'm back with you. Okay. Yeah. So, what's the chat today with today about with today? What's the chat with today? What's the chat about today? Brittany wanted to do a panel discussing, because she actually got a prompt from a viewer discussing how men and women differ in the ways that they relate to, view, and deal with their emotions. When I hear women talk about their emotions, I get the feeling that they're having a very different experience than I am. So to have it layer out would be super interesting. So we're going to talk about the differences. And I do agree that when you hear women talk about their emotions, it does feel and it seems very different from men. And there's some interesting things to talk about there. But you know what? It's because men are cowards. They're cowards. We'll get into it. Yeah. It's time to get emotional. Men are cowards. I'm done being a coward. I need to do something that's going to be really hard. I think we all need to do something that's going to be really hard. We all do. We're all fighting something. But I don't want to talk about it yet until I do it. Until I make this video, which is about it. And I'm doing it for you. My art. The whole narcissistic performance of streaming enables me to create an external version of myself that I can look at, that I can take care of, and that I need to foster and treat with kindness and respect. And hopefully make some changes in my life. Is that narcissism? Well, if it is, it's useful. But I don't think that is narcissism. Because, I mean, like that last, my last hotline, I feel like it's kind of an embarrassing, it's embarrassing stream. I mean, it's entertaining, it's decent, but so much about it is like, oh God. I need to do more of those, but the next one I have to really prepare for and make it really good. I feel like we sort of slot ourselves into these routines and we get sucked into things that kind of drain our life. Like we get a job or whatever and we chase a career so that we can get by and survive and stuff. And a lot of it's just so unnecessary, and we just become complacent and die miserable. You didn't think, oh God, when it came to my performance last night? I know, I think it's an entertaining stream. It's just personally, I feel like that. But thank you very much. Let's see. I need to get into the... I need to get into me, and I get slither into me. Into the me that you know. Dude, really, honestly, really, a lot about last night was embarrassing in some way. I don't know what it is. This is the thing that Max talks about. And it's so embarrassing talking about Max at all, ever. Every time I do, it's embarrassing. This is the thing that he talks about. You missed it? You missed the hotline yesterday? Well, it's still up. And there's some pretty entertaining parts in it. I had a massive screaming match with Drazi about a couple things. And yeah. I need to get better at dealing with a certain type of argumentation that everyone does that is so... like, to contend with it at all distracts you from what you're even trying to say, and it makes it impossible to say anything. And it's I fight it by like just I need to get better at fighting it. It's just really, yeah. I'm gonna wait for these people to be ready. I'm frustrated that one of my lights back there desynchronized. I use these LIFX E light bulbs, and I reset one of them on accident, and it is such a bitch to connect it without the QR code on the package. It's such a fucking pain in the fucking ass. And I ran out of time. So I'm using my Halloween light bulbs that are red that I got from way back when I was in the cage in there. I'll have to figure that out. I have to do some fucking paperwork after this. Just everything fucking distracts you from what you need to do. Everything piles up. It's really depressing. Shame. Am I ashamed? Part of it is that I wasn't on my A game yesterday. I mean, I feel like I did pretty good, but I could do better. But when am I ever gonna feel like I'm on my A game? I think that that's an internal thing, right? It's actually an illusion. I did say like a lot, and I hate that. I hate saying like so much on stream. I really cannot stand listening to myself say like. If I do it like between like every like word, like it. I fucking sound so fucking stupid when I do that. Fuck. God, dude. Oh my God. I cannot stand that. Can you stand? No, don't let me do that. Don't let me fucking do that. Dude, it sucks. I mean, it just makes everything a lot worse. It makes me look stupid and oh god. I mean, I definitely have realized that I listen to people talk and they do it all the time. And I don't give it too much thought, but I just when it's me, I just cannot stand it. It's unbearable. Self-negating self-talk related to shame. I did a personality test, the big 5, with some other people, like within the past month. I got like 99 openness. I got like high on everything, which is interesting because when I was a teenager, I got like a low on everything, and I got pretty high on conscientiousness, but one guy kept saying that neuroticism. He's like, oh, these cringe neurotic people. What's so cringe about being neurotic? Is that just a completely negative trait within the big 5? No, no way. What is my purpose? What is my purpose? I am, and listening back to myself argue with Drazi about agnosticism, about atheism. Next time I argue about that shit with him, it's gonna be so much better. It was really helpful to have that argument and listen back. And that what you just said brought that to mind. What is my purpose? I am a human being. I am a sack of flesh and bone with something along the lines of a computer, a flesh computer. I don't believe in free will. I think that's magic. I don't believe in magic. So what is my purpose? What is the purpose of the moon? You could wax poetically about how the purpose of the moon is to create the rising and the falling of the tides. You could say that the purpose of the moon is to create the light for the light in the night for creatures, for our survival. You could say the purpose of the moon is a counterpart. It would be so easy if you were the moon to think that your purpose is to be the counterpart to the sun, to create the rising and falling of the tides, to show the insects which direction up is. But is that really the purpose of the moon? What does that even mean? That being said, I definitely feel very strong. I feel I am a slave to my art in a good way. And if it ever becomes in a bad way, then I'll have to fix that, and that's going to be hard, right? But my self-defined purpose, what I do everything for, is my art. And that really pisses people off. Alright, looks like they're ready.
Say his name.
Ready and waiting.
Yo.
Yo. Okay, you guys ready?
Yes.
Yep.
All right. Oh, Smeth, I'm gonna...
I don't see your stream on YouTube, though. Am I just missing it?
Mine?
Yeah.
Hold on. 16 people watching.
That's
Okay. Must be me.
It says Amon.
Okay, must be me.
Yeah, because...
Refresh.
Oh, yep, there it is. Found it.
Okay. All right, here we go. Oh, my goodness. I'm sweating. Okay. All right, they can see us, and now they can hear me, and they can hear you. Hello, everyone. Welcome to today's stream with the girls and guests. I'm excited for this topic about emotions, though I'm not really sure how we're going to have the conversation, so I've been really thinking about it today. I've got a few questions of my own, but I'm interested to hear from you guys as well. Before we start up, why don't we let people know who you are and where to find you, starting with Genevieve.
Hi guys, I am Madam Genevieve. I am an in-person and online sex worker and sex educator, occasional streamer on Twitch, and sometimes YouTuber. I know Brittany's going to put links in the description. The best place to find me is on Twitter/X, and then my link tree is in the bio there for everything else.
Love it. Thank you. Maiden.
Hello, I'm Maiden Monster. I also go by Harmony. I'm a sex worker on Twitter. You can find me there. But around like the internet, I'm mostly known as Maiden Monster. And yeah, you can find me like around the internet, or if you are interested in my sex work stuff, on Twitter.
Love it. Thank you, Arena.
Hi, my name's Arena. I'm Arena Nana on YouTube and monoshock.john on TikTok and Instagram. You can find all my links in the link tree on my channel.
Thank you. And Rashad?
My name's Rashad Crenshaw, and you can follow me on YouTube. I just make political content, and that's it.
Okay, and Smeth.
My name is Smeth. You can find me at RealSmeth on YouTube, and I am an emotional little bitch.
Starting off powerful. We love to hear it. Speaking of powerful emotions, what did you guys think when you guys read the question that I sent you? A patron of mine asked if we felt there was a difference between how men and women basically process their emotions. And I've really been thinking about it, and I wondered, like, how much does gender really play a role? So much as like maybe the pressures gender feels, like maybe is it the construct, or is it biological? Does anybody have any thoughts they want to start us off on?
I think, yeah, what that was like my first thing that I thought about was how are we defining gender, as well as like how are we defining emotions? Like, should we define terms first?
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Do you want to do, like you said, what are the terms we're defining? Say it again.
Yeah, like gender, like what we view as gender, like what
okay.
You know, that's kind of part of the question in my mind. Like, do we believe in gender?
Yeah.
Is that really a thing? And then another part of the question is what are we defining as emotions? Like, yeah.
Okay, I like that. Yeah. You want to start us off?
Sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. My view, I do believe in gender. I don't know if I want to start off, actually.
I can do it. I can do it.
Yeah.
Here, because I was contemplating it all day while I was putting these cute little pink things in my hair, okay? I was thinking
they are adorable, by the way.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate that. I was thinking about the double layer, right? So obviously, there's the biological component, and that's going to play a role even more than your assigned sex. Like, there's your assigned sex, and then there's the biological component of the uniqueness of your assigned body that you were given. And then on top of that, the construct of gender that society pushes you into, or that you find yourself adapting to. So for me, it's like 3 layers. It's the body I'm in, the biology I have, and the way I understand those things and perceive it. And then it's my perception, and then how I view myself through other people's perception. Like, I'm always thinking about that. Like, how do I look? Like, today I was asking myself, do I look too masculine today? Look at me with pink in my hair. And I was like, am I too masculine today? And like, what does that even mean? Right? What does that mean? Maybe it's just because I'm working out all the time now and taking my protein. I'm like, I'm ready, to pop out of these sleeves. But I think that's how I definitely think about the layered relationship I'm having with my feelings and how they relate to those things. I'm nearing my period, so the feelings are changing in my body because of the chemistry. But I'm also a girl, but I'm also a boy in so many ways. It's just, there's so many ways to have the conversation, but that's how I would start it off. Thoughts?
I think upon unpacking it, that's valid, and how my brain would work too, right? Those are 3 important components to factor in. When I'm reading it through the lens of the person who asked the question, I think that they're trying to generalize a bit as far as like what is the average person who identifies as male versus the average person who identifies as female, in what are their experiences, similarities and differences. So my perspective, I read it more of like a functioning as a male or female in society and how society perceives you.
Usually they line up.
At least upon my first layer.
Well, that's where it came from, right? That's where gender sort of emerged from, the sex. The bimodal distribution of, salience landscaping between the sexes.
But yeah, like maybe in some ways, like if you are a man, like without even being with being a man, you can still fill within someone's mind as a man the spot of a woman. Because one thing that comes to mind, so my immediate response, does anybody have anything else to specifically say about the definition of like the sex and the gender?
We can get into it as you go. I'd like to hear what you have to say.
Okay, so the first thing that came to mind immediately is I don't think that it is a difference in how men and women process their own emotions. I think it's mainly a difference in how other people process our emotions, and that that informs how we then think about ourselves. But I remember learning about how women, when we listen to women's voices, parts of our brain that listen to music activate, but when we listen to men's voices, those parts don't activate.
Where did you read that or hear that? Do you remember?
This was
it's hard to reference.
This was in my psychology class in high school.
Whoa, that's cool.
It's really interesting.
That's really interesting.
I believe it.
If someone just finds out that I'm wrong, like, I mean, by all means, let me know. But
no, I believe it. I mean, I know that like the inner ear, like specifically, has a lot to do with even just how consciousness emerged in general. So it makes sense to me that like that kind of thing would like play a role in like how the sexes interact based on the different tones and
I also feel like I've noticed, and I'm not sure exactly how this fits in, but it made me think of the fact that I have noticed animals and babies tend to respond differently to male voices or female voices. And I don't know, that feels like it could possibly tie into that as well, because they're obviously not as socially conditioned, but they're still experiencing a difference, and it could be with the way their brain's processing.
I was going to say, that question was really interesting to me because I'm someone who grew up in an all-female household, so I never thought about how I'm different from men other than physiologically. I don't personally identify with gender as a concept, but I recognize that gender roles have affected my upbringing and affected my life in various ways. But I do think about how the similarities in how I've seen the men in my life and the women in my life experience and or process their emotions, and how influenced by culture it was. So at least in the culture that my family comes from, post-Soviet, Soviet Union, alexithymia seems to be a very prevalent thing, meaning like when a person has difficulty to identify their emotions and even experience them. So I've noticed amongst the men and the women from my family that there's that kind of, I want to say like fake stoicism of like, oh, there's no such thing as depression, you're just being dramatic, that kind of thing, you know? So that's the impact I noticed more so than gender or sex.
What do you think that comes from though? Because I see this amongst like, we use that word a lot when we especially talk about like certain content creators or the sphere, like certain like men. And I do think it's really prevalent in certain cultures, I think regardless of gender. Do you think that is because of, this is my theory, it's like survival. I think people do faux stoicism as a way to survive, and so they neglect their feelings as a way not to be vulnerable and not to be like picked on, basically.
Yeah,
alexithymia can develop as a result of intense trauma.
I feel like we want men to be, from my understanding of, because it's the first time I've heard that word really, from my understanding of alexithymia, from what you just said, that sounds like what we want men to be.
Yeah.
But who's the we? Because I certainly
not us.
The feedback loop of society and
general
people that make up society.
Yeah. It is interesting actually, because I think Dr. K talked about this, how a very high percentage of men can be described as alexithymic or thymic, which I feel like explains a lot, and that men are basically culturally, or at least in the bubble we're describing, are taught to suppress all emotions except anger. Anger is like the only acceptable emotion. Anger neutrality, I guess. Aggression, or at least that's what it seems like to me. But I also know that men are perfectly capable of experiencing and identifying the full range of emotion if they're given the chance.
Yeah, can Rashad or Smith talk to that? Because I do think a lot of men that I've seen internalize their sort of feelings as and only express them through logic are experiencing an actual disconnection from their feelings. Like they actually can't identify them more than they're actually even being stoic in the first place. Do you guys have anything to say to that?
Yeah, absolutely.
You can go first, Smith.
Yeah, I think that I think that we're like retarded, you know, like I think we don't learn how to be emotional in that way, because there's not like a lot of space for us to do it, and it's scary, and that's why I think a big part of the whole incel mindset of I need a woman is because having a woman is your saving grace, because you feel so alone and you want someone to care about your emotions and have that intimate connection. And women have intimate connections a lot of the time with just their friends and the people around them and their family, but men, they just like, I need a woman because I need someone to fucking cry on their shoulder, you know what I mean? And when you really, really need that a lot, then it becomes a lot harder because you're way too needy, and that becomes an even bigger issue, and yeah, it spirals.
Rashad?
Yeah, I think just from a young age you learn as a man that your emotions kind of just, in most cases, aren't really a factor. Like they don't I hate to sound like an incel, but they don't matter. And then at that point you kind of got to figure out what you're going to do. Like, are you going to stew in something that has no immediate effect on your surroundings or the way people are going to treat you, or are you going to stifle them down? Most people just stifle them down, push them down, don't really explore their emotions and engage in them and become self-reliant. What kind of happens is that's literally what happens. You just push them away, act like they don't exist, try your best to invalidate your own emotions, because that's all you're seeing everyone else do, instead of trying to be your own, understanding force in your life. And from a young age, you just realize that I guess the only kind of emotion that's really acceptable is like righteous fury, but how often are you going to express that as a man? So it's like, a lot of people in general don't have emotional independence. I mean, women kind of have a lot more of they're much better socially. They make more of an effort. I know a lot of young men complain about loneliness, but like we just don't organize enough hangouts. We don't push hard enough for us to be around each other in public and stuff like that and really hang out. I think both genders have an issue of not being self-reliant. For women, you have such easy access to people in general that it's really easy to kind of just never really get into it, because why would you? And then as a man, it's like the self-pity it's so much easier to just sit there and just ride in your own self-pity than to be like, hey, what if I cared about my own emotions? So I think for men, it's just never receiving that outward acceptance of emotion and then projecting that onto yourself and being like, well, why should I accept it if no one else will?
Can you explain that a little bit more in detail? I know we say that often, like it's easier to almost like not be introspective, not to face ourselves than to face ourselves. But what is the feeling that you're having, or you think men are having, when they aren't facing themselves?
Well, it's like, why would you want the double whammy? Like, no one's interested in what you feel, and then you got to go inside and figure out how bad the damage is. That's not fun. So it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, I can pick, 10 damage points to my HP, or I can pick the 20 damage points to my HP. You got no health potion, you know what I'm saying? It's one of those things where it's just like, I can see why most people in general are kind of like, hey, like, why go through all that like difficult work of finding things out about myself I may not want to find out, in conjunction with nobody caring. It's like, well, who's gonna do that? Like, why not just like Smeth said, why not just spam woman and just hope to God that maybe like it'll work out or something like that, or somebody will come in and make that emotional difference for you. So I think it's just, like everybody wants to enjoy themselves in life, and why add to the frustration?
Well, I think, like really briefly, like I think my response to that is I think that it's short term less damage, but long term I think it's more damage. But the reason I think that it's really hard is to do with the way I think about these things now is we all have interjects. So we all have like voices in our head, and a lot of it comes from your parents, and a lot of it comes from the people in your life, and that's how you learn to think about yourself, how other people talk about you, how your parents treat you and stuff, and how the people around you treat you. And as a man, men don't get that interject, that caring voice that's like like petting you like a cat, like it's okay. We don't have that voice inside of us.
I think that like what I noticed when you were talking, Rashad, like I heard a lot of things about like solving problems, doing the work, like a very practical sort of pragmatic maybe mindset. And I think in my understanding, my very small research that I've done on like gender studies, and there seems to be like a bimodal distribution, which means like two different, areas on the graph. If we look at men and women around like how they attend to life. So men seem to like attend to problems more like in their face, whereas women seem to attend more to like relationships. And the problems kind of arise from the relationship for the woman, whereas a man has problems they want to fix and work on, and then the relationship, it's very important still to them, but it's just a different kind of, what I mean, like way of like salience landscaping the world and what your attention is drawn to. And so with that kind of natural propensity towards like, okay, I'm seeking problems to fix and work on, of course it's bimodal distribution. So like there's men and women that exist all over the graph, right? So it's not just to pigeonhole, but that just seems to be the pattern. Anyway, I think it's hard for men to make emotions and relational stuff their, primary figure, when the problem is usually the figure.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm curious in our upbringing, because like I see this comment in chat that's kind of like, when little girls cry, parents react with care and worry, and then when boys, it's not the same. But is that still true? Like for the modern generation, like is Generation Alpha not being hugged and coddled? Like, what did we experience growing up as like millennials and Gen Z that maybe we wouldn't want to continue forward is really the question when it comes to our feelings. Like, because I know I have distinct memories of times my parents didn't give a fuck about my feelings, and then other times where they made a real concerted effort and they continue to do better every day. Like, I think it's amazing to watch my parents be 30 years old and now 65, and to see them change and grow as people, because they're people just like we are, right? And so to see them even acknowledge their own feelings. Like, I distinctly remember my dad one day. This is my favorite dad story because it's just such a man thing to do. But he was like, you see this thing I'm stressed about? You see how I have these feelings? I said, yeah. He goes, you know what I do with it? I take it and I stuff it all the way down, and look, they're gone. I go, they're not gone. You stuff them down. They're still there. And he was like, yeah, but I don't have to deal with them. I was like, well, they're going to show up one day, though. You're going to have to deal with it one day. And we would laugh about that. Say that again. Oh, yeah, exactly.
Chronic illness.
No, exactly.
Rheumatoid arthritis.
And so we talk about that. Like, and then that's another thing, like even fibromyalgia and even autoimmune disorders, like so much data is still coming out about those things. And a lot of it has to do with the stress our bodies are feeling. And a lot of it is that relationship to feelings. And so it is kind of a question of, what did we grow up with seeing? How were our feelings validated or invalidated? That makes us think, okay, but I wouldn't want that for my kids is really the question. And why not? What didn't go right? Even with our well-intentioned parents,
But even do our parents really have that? I mean, yeah, our parents have a huge say, but at the same time, like they don't have a say over what society teaches us and the messages we get there. Yeah, the two are different.
I mean, don't they though? Don't they isolate us into bubbles and have us raised in certain neighborhoods and only hang out with certain kinds of kids and make sure we don't go to so and so's house after school?
I think they do. They do it for as long as they can.
Sure.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of guys like I think part of there's probably a certain type of incel that is so like that. What is that one incel that like went on like a killing spree or whatever? I bet like him. He's really fucked up because I bet he got like some love or something in some way. He probably had shitty parents, honestly, definitely. But he's probably got some kind of love and then grew up and then didn't have access to that anymore. And then that disconnect is probably like really, I know for a fact that that disconnect's like really scary, and you don't know where to look and you don't know what to do. And a lot of guys kill themselves, so yeah.
I think that it's interesting and important to kind of reflect on the idea that we are, as our generation, being more aware of these problems that are caused by not expressing emotions and identifying them and dealing with them. Because I do think that Generation Alpha is, in general, being raised in a way where both genders are more encouraged to express their feelings and try to identify them. And I think that that's a shift that we are starting to see.
Like, I noticed that with my nieces and nephews, we ask them why a lot. Why do you feel this way? What are you doing? Arena, go ahead. I see you trying to get in.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I do think that at least in the bubble that I live in the bubble that I observe, I do see that shift into like considerate, gentle parenting that Genevieve was talking about. But I do notice this in myself, the thing that Cognitive pointed out about little boys not getting their emotions validated. I noticed this in myself, and I grew up with my mom always saying that she can't stand little boys. Whenever we would see a little boy in public acting up versus a little girl in public acting up, the way my mom would react was very different. And I noticed this in myself when we went to the beach with my fiance's nieces and nephews. The nephew is like, 3 years old. He was sleeping, and his 1-year-old sister came and started bap, 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 hitting him. And I found it cute and hilarious. Now I was like, okay, but let me think about how I would react if I saw the reverse. Not the bigger child, but like if it was a 1-year-old little boy disturbing his older sister's sleep. How would I react? Even though it is developmentally appropriate, it's a kid being a kid. And I noticed this bias in myself. And I did grow up with my mom always saying, thank God I didn't have boys, thank God I didn't have boys. But how many boys end up being born into a family that thinks this way, or even a family that does really believe in gender roles, and thinks, okay, like a boy should, the boys will be boys, and then versus the, wow, like I don't even want to deal with this rambunctious boy energy, whatever it is, when it's just kid energy, right? So I do notice that bias in myself, and I do think that, because we are noticing it in ourselves, we get to work on it. I do think that is contributing, hopefully, to healthier future generations.
I am curious about that gender difference because I don't have a lot of memories of to be fair, I was treated differently than my sister. The reason I literally do more identify as a boy in general, or both, I guess, is because my dad even says he raised me as a boy. He distinctly raised me differently than my sister. And I feel like that's also who I was naturally. Like I naturally fit in with both genders, but specifically like a lot with the expectations of what boys would have, including my emotions. Including why are you crying? Like, why are you acting this way? Like, why are you lashing out? I'm like, hello, like you're stressing me out. And like, I would say it, like, I'm very good at verbalizing like why I'm upset. But then it's the idea of being upset in the first place was always the negative, because you should be in control of your emotions. But I kind of, if I was to change something, would say like, your feelings are valid, you can feel them, like you can scream them at the wall, but let's have a conversation about when they're appropriate to express, not that they're inappropriate to have. But also maybe there is a situation in which this emotion doesn't match the circumstance. But I would argue that being raised in the household I did, it was very appropriate that I was reacting the way that I was. It was just inappropriate that I had to act that way in the first place. And so it's not just when the feelings are happening, it's what happened leading up to that I think people are forgetting to examine, including men not having a relationship with their feelings or expressing it. Like, what led up to that? And why did it become so gendered? And like, why we're even thinking about it like that?
I think it's a combination of the factors you kind of mentioned, right? Like, like if a young man has those feelings, and you express them, you're not really getting much sympathy from anybody. Like even amongst your male friends, like, okay, sob story, please, and thank you. Like, like nobody really wants to hear that shit. And unfortunately, even I've sometimes heard sob stories from other guys, and I'm like, all right, when's this? You know what I'm saying? I've and it's unfortunate that we react that way, but we do. And I think that a lot of young men realize, like, okay, like clearly this is not something that I can necessarily take to someone who's not a professional. I can take this to a professional, I can deal with it internally, or I can just shove it down. And I think that, young men just learn from such an early age that I don't want to say we don't matter, but like certain emotions, most of them don't matter. Even anger, like people say, oh, like men are, anger is one of the few. No, even that one, you're supposed to like, that it's supposed to be righteous anger, heroic anger. It's, it's not meant to be
productive.
just like just anger.
It has to be for someone else. It can't be for you.
Someone else.
It has to be on behalf of someone else.
Yeah, so it's like from a young age, even if as a man you aren't able to articulate it in that way, you just know like, okay, like these internal feelings cannot be expressed in any sort of way, whether it's anger, whether it's sorrow, whether it's fear. These have to be either conquered or put down. And most people aren't going to conquer them because that just sucks. I'm not even going to act like I figured myself out.
What is the difference between conquer it and putting it down? What are the difference? Like, I think
conquer it, I would say
conquering it is just repression. It's the same thing.
No, conquer is to defeat. It's to put it at rest.
Yeah, to put it. Yeah.
Yeah, but you're defeating your own emotions. Defeating your own emotions is just repressing them.
Not necessarily.
Letting it go then.
Oh, okay. This is why I thought we
confronting
define
it
them.
head on, maybe?
Are they just annoying, or do they serve a purpose? Like, what is our worldview when it comes to emotions?
They're very
important.
What
the emotion is.
Yeah.
Are we we're talking about emotions that men have a heart. Like you can be happy as a guy or goofy, but like we're talking about the emotions that earn you some level of social pushback or people ignore you. Those kinds of like negative emotions. Those, when I say conquer, I don't necessarily mean shove it away, because you can't. If
learning how to
still
properly process them, perhaps.
Yeah, process them and possibly even
feeling them
move on from
isn't
them.
Processing them, and feeling them wrong can sometimes create big problems.
You can move on from an emotion.
Is like moving through them, or allowing them to move through you.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like the way to be healthy is the healthy development of your emotionality is to develop emotional stamina so that you can be emotionally regulated while still experiencing like extreme emotions, so that you're having the emotions and you can still have self-control. And I feel like not experiencing them is the opposite of that direction.
Well,
yes,
go ahead. Emotions stem from usually a trauma. Like they usually don't just spring up. Yeah, they don't just like spring up from like nowhere. They're usually like attached to some kind of experience.
They're responsive.
Yeah,
and I think this is why I think emotions are actually the primary sense. All the other senses, smell, everything is an emotion if you think about it. I think emotion is the primary. Anyway, that's different. Sorry, continue.
Yeah.
Just because it comes from trauma doesn't really change how what I said about how I think it functions. I think that you need to have like the stamina to live and triumph despite your trauma. You have to develop the stamina, and the stamina doesn't come from trying to figure out and fix it. Stamina comes from figuring out how to live with it. I don't think you can just fix it. I think the fixing is just repression.
Well, you don't want to live with something.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Are emotions a problem? Are they a problem?
No. It could be for someone else, and that's how we define our emotions often.
That's why it's an important.
You're disconnecting emotions from the trauma, which you kind of have to conquer eventually. You don't want to be stuck with every emotion, because a lot of these, when I say every emotion, like these emotions stem from something. They're not just like popping off. So you kind of have to figure out, okay, like, am I dealing with constant sadness? Am I dealing with constant anxiety? Am I dealing with constant this, that, and the third? These are issues that are usually impacting men, and it's stemming from an experience. What you want to do as best you can is try to conquer these things. That way you're not being plagued by the emotion. You want to be able to feel it. You don't want to sit there and be numb to any emotion. When you're being plagued by one, which is happening to everyone all the time, you want to be able to figure out, why am I being plagued by this? Can I make peace with what's causing me being plagued by this and defeat this and let it go? You're going to feel anxiety at another point in time. You're going to feel sadness. You're going to feel anger. These things will come back. The question is the thing that's spawning it in this like almost debilitating way, has that been defeated? And once you do that, then I would say you've conquered that emotion and trauma.
But you said that these are things that are affecting many men. This is like a general, like often, right? You're saying a lot of men have these,
people in general.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think that a lot of, usually, if you are plagued by something like that, it's usually not that you are the problem. It's usually that your environment is the problem. You need to make changes in your life, and you need to change your life. Like you hate your job, you hate your living situation. Those are the things that you need to do. And I think that it's like identifying it as I'm the problem and I need to figure out how to overcome my reaction to my environment. No, the environment. Get yourself out of the environment. Don't do what you have to do to make it so that you can live with all the bullshit around you. Change your environment. And men don't change their environment. And I think that plays into like men dramatically dropping in education rates and stuff. Like we just don't care about ourselves, and we're not thinking about ourselves as like a project where we want to, like, women are having this, like, women in their crystal bullshit. Their crystal bullshit comes with, like, you know, they see themselves like a Zen garden. You know, men don't see themselves like a Zen garden. Men see themselves as like wanting to help a woman create a Zen. Like the woman is the home. She decorates the house. She makes the Zen garden. That's why a man needs a woman in his life, so that she can make a Zen garden in his life. He feels like he's incapable of doing it himself, and so I think it's not in yourself that's the problem, it's your environment.
Okay, two things. One, this is getting very heterosexual. Two, Sleeve T Rocks with the super chat says, as a musician, I truly believe performance art is attractive because it is one of the few socially acceptable ways men can express their emotions. Smeth, that made me think of you and your art. And then two, I think there's something here that I keep hearing that I just want to clarify. Having a feeling to me is like a reaction of biology, like my biology sending off a warning thing that something is up or something is positive, but I'm having a reaction. Even when I'm happy, I'm still reacting to something. So the question is my reaction within reason for the circumstance, and does the emotion match the environment? So if I'm having emotional irregulation to an environment stimuli, remove the environment. If I'm having a very peaceful Zen garden vacation and I'm fucking freaking out, remove the emotion. And then the question is, what triggered the emotion in the first place? Which is probably what Rashad was saying, something traumatic. Because why are you in a peaceful environment and you're getting triggered? What is clicking in your brain? Because I think we are biology, but we're also our learned circumstance. So if there's something we see visually, it's going to trigger that emotion. If it's something we feel, like sometimes, even in the past when I was triggered a lot more often in my 20s, it would happen like days before I processed I was triggered. And I'm like, I had to go back and think, what happened 4 days ago that made me just realize I've been triggered this whole time? And this is medical triggered. This is an online slang triggered, okay? So this is like my emotional regulation is like out of whack, and there's a reason, and it's not just because I'm doing it for funsies. Something happened. And then I have to figure out, and that's obviously why DBT is so helpful. It teaches you your emotions are valid, they're happening. Why are they happening? And the why, I think, is what's so difficult for us to know. Why are we feeling this way? And then we can talk about what to do with it. If we don't even know why it's happening in the first place, how do we know if we should remove ourselves from the environment or have a different relationship with our emotions?
Yeah.
It kind of reflects back to...
Go ahead, Jen, then Smith, and whoever else. Go ahead,
okay.
Jen.
I feel like I can't remember what conversation we were having a few months back where we talked about the idea of like being able to identify what am I doing and why am I doing it. I think an important twist on that question is like, what am I feeling and why am I feeling that? Because you have to not only identify like, am I feeling angry? Am I feeling jealous? Am I feeling frustrated? What really am I feeling? And then look for the why, because you have to have both of those components before you can sort of address it.
Totally.
Well, I think that, so in a situation where you are in a totally tranquil environment and you're on vacation and you're completely dysregulated, I don't think that it works to just like be like, I need to not feel that. I feel like at that point you got a serious problem. You can't just like hush it. You know what I mean? Like there's some you don't want to be like that, right? But you are like that. and you can't just like use a
your body's doing a biological function for a purpose, for a reason.
But I want to make sure you're hearing me correctly, that I'm talking about an end result, not the first step. The first step is knowing that it's happening.
Right.
But the end result should be putting it in its proper place. So like in DBT, I was told to like visualize where to put my emotions. So I have like a jar, and I put all of them in a jar and on the shelf where they belong. Not that I'm like denying myself it, but I'm saying like it's when I'm ready, I'll open the jar again. So it feels more like, why am I having it? Is this appropriate? But also you don't want to hurt people around you. So you are responsible for your emotions. Like, I'm not saying you have to get rid of them or suppress them. I'm saying you have to be appropriate with them.
Well, my mom used to say that jar thing to me as a kid, and that was like I was told it in DBT too, and it like was borderline triggering to me. But I also have like sensory processing issues, which impacts how I experience my emotions. And so even like really good emotions can be very like overwhelming to my body. And it's really interesting hearing you guys, like everyone, even the women, talk about like their emotions, because like for me, I'm always like to me emotion is like the ground from which everything springs for me. It's like everywhere I'm always feeling. Like there's no not feeling, there's no not emotion. Like everything that I experience about life is through an emotional lens. Like people talk about making mental models of other people. I don't do that. I feel into people. I sense into them. You know, I make an emotional model of them. Like, and I know now that might be because of my sensory like hyper.
I don't
like
think that's a problem.
Issues.
That sounds okay.
Yeah, maybe it is. Maybe it is. It can be difficult when I have really strong, intense emotions. But
I don't think it's a problem,
life
right?
is always emotional. There's no jar I can put them. You know what I mean?
I think it's about distinguishing.
I need to process it and let it move through me. I can't encapsulate it. To me, that's just. I guess for me, that's not a helpful metaphor. But I can see it. Like for my mom, who is more alexithymic, that was like really helpful.
Well, I think
I'm
it's
more
not
of a,
about
like, highly sensitive type.
It's about which processor are you dealing with and how do you play to its strength, right? Because like even for me, if I'm editing, I'm like in the zone. My partner will come into the office and be like, "Can I tell you something?" I'm like, "Is it an emotional something?" Because right now I'm like in the zone, and if you pull me away from this thing I'm doing for work to talk about something emotional, I'm gonna get upset. And so I need to have like an idea of where I'm going, because like two different modes of being. When I'm working, I'm working. I'm not in my emotions. I am purely in like analytical working. So
I think some people exist in that place like most
all
of the
time, right? So I feel like I do both, but it depends on what is appropriate for the circumstance. So even when he and I have conversations, we say, do we want to talk about this analytically or emotionally? Meaning, do we want to have an embodied experience? Like, do we want to get into our bodies about it? Or do we want to have like a completely like sort of outside of our body, just the data conversation? And this allows us to have appropriate responses for the goal of the conversation. Like I'll even say, and we're very neurodivergent, but I'm like, what's the goal of this convo? Why are we having it? And if it's for intimate connection, I'll be embodied. If it's for like data analysis, I'll go analytical. And that's how we sort of have a relationship with the appropriateness of our expression.
I see
that makes
that's
sense.
just-
The data analytical is like, that is like, I'm alexithymic with that stuff. You know what I mean? Like that doesn't compute to me.
That's just negotiation of like a relationship, but like the metaphor that I had that came to mind really maps onto that well. I think that cheating or jealousy, like jealousy in a relationship, and so you can identify, like you say that you like one, I don't know, the capital Y U is cheat. You're cheating on me, and I'm jealous. We can define my jealousy as the problem, or we can just say that like I don't want to be in a relationship that makes me it's really up to us in society to define like when that's okay and when it's not. Like we could have a society where we think it's inappropriate for you to get jealous, but I don't think I don't agree with that society. I agree with the society where if I'm jealous, it's just how I am, and I don't want to have a relationship where someone's cheating on me.
Yeah, but what if you feel jealous because your sibling gets married and moves away? Because jealousy is the fear of losing what you have, right? It's losing what you have. Well, envy is wanting something else. So, like, what if you're jealous over a sibling who gets...
You're supposed to have
it's okay to have it.
You're supposed to have some degree of control when in like monogamy, there is like a contract basically where you're saying like I'm doing this, you're doing this, but you're not. There's no contract. Your siblings are not enslaved to you in that way. You know what I mean? There's no.
Well, I mean it to say like bigger conversation to have around this is that I think, is it appropriate to feel a sense of loss? Like, I've never felt jealousy. I don't have any relationship to it. I don't fear loss because it doesn't make sense to me. Like, I wasn't yours and like, you're not mine. I don't own you. But like, also we're doing life together. So we're consenting to do an adventure, like whether it's my siblings or my person, like I don't own him. We're two individuals morphing together, but like, I don't own him. So
yeah.
like
you find out what the jealousy is telling you. What's the jealousy telling you?
Yeah,
Why
that's what I'm saying. Like, so if I'm jealous of my sibling, the way that I've learned to have a healthy relationship to feelings like that is to be very honest about it and not try to like.
I
would literally tell my sibling like tell my sibling like I know this is really weird and embarrassing, but like you having a healthy relationship is making me like so jealous and I don't like that's happening, and by bringing that and talking that out, because I feel like the general like solution like when we think of to like work on yourself or overcome things is like, oh, you in isolation you do something to make it not happen. But no, I think that allowing yourself to feel it and talking about it, and that's how you like by making it something that you can be comfortable with, because when you are comfortable talking about it to the person, now it seems like something that's way less scary too.
Yeah,
so yeah, talking is processing and it's also co-regulating your nervous systems too. Puts you in a
I agree with you, Smeth. So you're talking about the processing, and I'm talking about, because I need to know, my brain goes, what's the goal, so I can work towards it, but you're focused on the processing, and I agree with you. Process the emotion, identify the emotion, express the emotion, then so you're working on processing it, and then my brain goes, what's the goal? So does your brain work like with goal focused, or like what's happening in the moment first? Because I don't, like, does that make sense? Does that question kind of make sense?
I don't think it's healthy to have goals with your emotion.
Oh, what do you mean?
So like I don't feel like it's healthy to have like a desired emotional archetype and then try to fit that.
It sounds. Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Arena?
I was going to say, is it kind of like when you meditate and you observe the thoughts coming in, you don't judge them, you just let them come in? Are you talking about that with your emotions?
I just see, yes, because
identify it.
I'm just like a monkey, you know? I'm like we only were just, you know, like apes, you know, like we're just apes, and it's just we're just like a flesh machine, and I just see it as like, okay, well, what is going on with this flesh? You know?
I agree with that.
And there's also like this idea too that like the emotions have to do with like our being needs, you know, and they're this kind of like unfolding thing, and maybe there might be some sort of like self-deception involved, perhaps. I don't know. This is just me spitballing, and like trying to quantify it and grasp it and make it into a goal, you know, a final product. And it's a process thing. It's not a product thing, you know, maybe that's part of it too.
I think my feelings are telling me something. That's why they exist. So when I say the goal, it's to figure out what they're telling me.
Yeah, exactly.
I
That's how I think of all my emotions as well. I'm always figuring out like, okay, like, because I'll be in public and I'll just be like pissed off or like anxious about nothing. And then I'll get into the car. I'm like, bro, nobody did anything. People were just like walking around. You're insane. Like, I'll just be there. Like, I'll just be in the car. Like, you're losing your mind. And that was when I was realizing, I'm like, okay, this is coming from something. Everything's fine. It's just internal. And that's like one of the biggest things about like emotions for everybody, is realizing how much of the stuff is just internal warfare, your own mind just like attacking you over like some unresolved issue. I mean, of course,
I would frame it differently though. I would frame it differently. To me, that's your brain actually working, because if you're dysregulated and you're mad at people just because you're walking on the street, like, to me, this is what actually emotions are for. Something's wrong. Something's not right in your world, in your internal world. And you just saying, oh, that's stupid. Stop being dumb. Everything's fine. It's kind of like...
Yeah, you're not
sometimes,
with it.
Sometimes everything is fine. Sometimes everything is fine, and you have to accept that. Like, there are times when nothing's happening, and you're just
okay. So where is this coming from? Why are you freaking out?
It's coming from something. It's coming from something that's already over, and that's like one of the things that like you sometimes also.
Is it over though? If it's still coming up.
It kind of is, because it's like, what if the thing is, sometimes realizing it's over is that thing that makes you go like, oh, it's okay now. Like, it's done. It happened. Nothing's coming after me. No, I think no one's coming after me. Nothing's happening. No one's trying to kill me. Nothing's going on.
This makes me think of like a panic attack, right? Like, obviously you do want to be able to unpack why you're having panic attacks, but in the moment you need to be able to tell yourself like, I am safe. I am not under an immediate
telling yourself
threat,
that you're retarded because you're having a panic attack, probably.
Well,
I don't know.
I don't know about
but I would
you
say,
know,
that's actually your brain working. Your brain is doing something. Your brain is braining,
would.
You know what I mean?
I probably would call myself that, but it's like part of it's.
I mean,
part
in a
of
certain
realizing,
lens, I see what you're saying, but it's actually
Why
to my
are we-
mind, it's brilliant.
found that-
I feel like there's judgment of the processing, because I do the same thing. Even before this stream, I was freaking out and I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And I'm like, my body's so dumb. But like, using those words is to give myself reassurance, because those words don't have negative connotations. I'm just telling myself, you're being silly. Like, that's an allowance. So we're not judging that, right? Because I feel like there's like a level of like, Rashad is explaining a processing.
Maybe I'm just being pedantic.
No,
and I do have a thing with language that I don't
agree with you though. You're not being pedantic. You're my inner monologue right now. So you're not, like
okay.
Well,
actually, I don't like the negative self-talk. Like that's actually indicative
that's personal.
of like.
But I think there's healthy negative self-talk. Like clarifying that the emotions are unreasonable, because the unreasonableness is very important. Not for you.
Okay, your inner
but for
critic is a
brains.
part, and that your inner critic is also telling you something.
Yes,
Well,
but you're also biology, guys. We are also
believe that our meanness to other people starts with our meanness to ourselves.
Yeah, but there is a biological component here. Like sometimes your emotions aren't rooted in something deep and profound. You're just a biological creature.
It can be a
That's
habit
what I'm
of
saying
emotion.
too, though.
Yeah, but
it can
I'm saying, like your brain is braining.
But it can be a habit of emotion stemming from a trauma that you've already let go of, and you don't realize you've already let go of it, because you're in that loop of something's wrong. And then when you go back to what the root of it all is, you realize, oh, in my heart of hearts, I'm over this. But it's the habit that you built up over the years and years and years and years.
Yeah.
And that's where being like, oh, this is silly.
How do you know which is when it's what? How do you know though? How do you know that it's just a habit and you're not?
PTSD.
Sometimes I just sit down and ask myself, and I find it. Like, I mean, you got all the answers in here, I feel like. I mean, I could be wrong, but I've always found the answer wherever it is, and it's usually sitting there.
Both.
When we started talking about, Brittany brought up with the biology, and when Rashad was talking, I started thinking about, like, to me, the anxiety that you feel in a situation that should technically be fine or is fine, I immediately think unhealthy lizard brain. You know, it kind of reminds me of that book, The Body Keeps the Score. And Rashad, when you said, oh, in my heart of hearts, I know I'm over it, I wonder, that the habit thing is actually really interesting, because I've never thought of it that way before. I immediately think of, oh, there's something unresolved there, and the unhealthy lizard brain is now.
This book talks all about that, by the way. The biology of desire.
I need to check it out.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I started thinking about that. But then when you brought up the habit thing, that was really interesting. I do wonder, what is the difference though between, like, how can we differentiate somebody who has built up this habit of a particular emotion but has resolved their trauma, and somebody who hasn't resolved their trauma, maybe thinks they do, and then the unhealthy lizard brain is activating? Like, how do you either internally or even externally observe?
I think the word habit is just serving as a way to be dismissive of your own emotions. But like, if it's a habit, then it is like there's no externalizing it as this is me and that is the habit. I don't think it is separate.
We can get addicted to like dopamine and stuff. So like our
sure,
you know what I mean?
But that means that you are like, so like, yeah, so the thing I was thinking of like this whole time is recently saw this clip of a guy with PTSD having like a serious like episode, and he's inside of his house and he's barricaded and he's screaming at the top of his lungs at the window. I'm gonna get emotional, like, but like he's like so fucked up, and his whole family is there, and his like elderly dad, who's like also like in the war, like grabs him and like looks him in the face, and he's like just telling him that it's okay that you're feeling this, like, and he's like, you're here with me, look at me, it's so, and it wasn't him telling him that this is wrong. You're at this. That's in the past. You're not supposed to be feeling that right now. He's telling him that you are supposed to be feeling this, but it's okay, and we're here with you. Like you can center yourself and be here right now. And so I feel like all of this, like saying it's just a habit. No, it's not just a habit. It's still your brain. You know, you can't separate that.
Well, okay. Well, to address what is it, Manushak, or is that how you say it?
Arena.
Okay, Arena. Okay. I figured out that it was a habit like 2 weeks ago. This is not something I've been like pondering on for a long time. I just realized it recently. I would just think to myself, I'm like, okay, where did these insecurities stem from? I figured out where it came from, and I'm like, bro, I don't even care about that shit anymore. But it's still in my head. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Oh, I've been doing this for years. What else is my brain gonna do? This is comfortable. It may suck dick, but it's comfortable. My brain is like, pause. My brain is like, yo, like this is really where we're at. Like, this is nice. Everyone's against us. Everyone's trying to destroy us. This is what we're used to. Yep. And I just wake up that way all the time. When I realized the very source of it didn't bother me anymore, like I would think of those events and I'm like, bro, this is whatever. Like, I don't even care about these people. I don't care about these events. I don't care. But that emotion, it's still in my head. And I'm like, bro, this is literally just habit. This is just habit. Now, in terms of like PTSD, that's a completely different story. You're still mentally on the battlefield. Like I've had people like who I know have been to war be like, I saw a fucking box on the road and swerved off the road because I thought I was gonna get blown up. He's still in Iraq. Like, he's not even in the United States. Like, this is someone who is still dealing with trauma and they feel like they're still there. I'm talking about like the average person who I hope is not feeling that level of trauma, and all trauma is valid. But when we're talking about like normal situations where you're being haunted, not by necessarily an event, but the lasting emotion from it, that was like being able to say, okay, this is just a habit left behind by an event that I didn't get over in time. I was able to then kind of be like, okay, like this emotion is valid, but the intensity, the recurring nature of it, that's not valid. That's not needed. It's no longer necessary. And then I was able to let it go. But I will admit, I would not know how to handle someone who's barricading themselves and feels like they're still on the battlefield. I can't speak to that.
Yeah.
But to what I was speaking about, that's all I can say is that sometimes
because there's also the danger of intellectually bypassing. You know what I mean? You can't just think your feelings away. And if that, you know what I mean?
You can't just say they're not valid. It doesn't work.
But they are valid. First, we all agree feelings are valid.
No.
Does anyone disagree?
Yeah, I say they're all valid. valid.
But you were just saying they weren't.
No. They're always valid. They're happening, but are they reasonable? These are two very specific things.
Well, I would say the feelings are valid, but the way they manifest might not be valid. Like, if you're feeling anxiety, that's fine. You're human. Are you feeling it every day despite the fact that no one's trying to destroy you? That's where you're not in the sense of valid emotion anymore. The emotion is valid, but the intensity,
it's
the
not
wait, when you say that though,
you're in a different realm.
What you are appealing to when you define it as valid or not is not yourself. You're talking about if it's justified. Like you're looking at it from like the lens of other people. So it's like let's say that I look at another woman and you get like super upset at me, and it's like, I can say that I don't like that you feel jealous just because you looked at another woman, but you still did feel that way, and it's still valid. It's just really annoying for me, and it sucks for me, but that means that your valid emotions suck for me, and it's something we have to deal with as a couple.
That's okay. So what I mean is like your own brain trying to your own brain sending an emotion to you that's negative, that you have no immediate necessarily need for. And it's okay to acknowledge when something no longer serves a purpose. Maybe that's a little bit too that's like red pill masculine, but sometimes things they've sailed their course. And it's okay to let that go. I don't know what you meant specifically about the whole the looking at another woman thing. If you can
it is okay to let it go. If it goes away, then it's ready to be done.
If it's over, it's over.
How do you just make it go away? I don't, you know what I mean? I don't think you can just say, okay, I'm ready to let this go, and then it's gone. That's not my experience of how to handle.
I don't know if anyone can do that. I mean, you kind of have to first, the only reason why
it sounds like you had already processed this. You were coming to a point, and you were and you processed it, and you were, it doesn't.
Exactly.
It doesn't sound like you just were like, I'm done with this. Okay.
Well, I don't think
know?
you ever can be like, I'm done with this. Like, you kind of have to. The thing about like stuff that's already happened a long time ago is time has separated you from it for so long that you know it's done. But with things that have kind of like happened recently, that's where you really have to like kind of get in the workshop, in the lab, and be like, okay, like, what do I want? How is this affecting me? Am I ready to let it go? Is it over? Like, you have to like really get in there and really do all of that hard, much more difficult work. But the cool thing about a lot of like traumatic feelings is a lot of the stuff is done. Like, it's over. That's like the cool stuff about like most of it, at least for me. I had a pretty privileged life, so I can't sit here and act like I'm some guru. But for the stuff I have dealt with, most of it is so far back that I'm just, I don't mean to sound toxic, but I'm just being a pussy. Like, I'm just sitting here.
So you have to retrain your brain.
Yeah,
like,
that's
okay,
what I was saying. So
now.
Right.
Yeah. So yeah. Sorry, I interrupt you a lot because you make me think. I'm sorry about that.
You're fine. I interrupt you. That's how my brain processes.
Good.
Go ahead.
Good. Then good. If it's mutual, it's better. But yeah. So I think that so me getting jealous about my girlfriend looking at another guy, like that is, I don't want to, like, because that's bad for my relationships if that's happening. But I mean that I need to retrain my brain, so I need to learn that is safe, because I probably learned that from maybe like I can think of like a hypothetical, maybe my parents or maybe all my friends were very like their attachment to me was very loose, and they would flippantly stop being my friends on the moment, like on a dime, and I don't feel like I could trust, and so I need to retrain and relearn how to feel like I can trust somebody like that.
Yeah, you can feel jealous about your girl looking at another guy. Like, that's a totally valid emotion. What a lot of times doesn't happen is like oftentimes these things leave a scar, where sometimes it's like, okay, when's my next girl gonna start looking for a guy again? And then you start having this seed of like, a seed is planted by this, this girl's fuckery, and then now you're sitting there like, your brain, this happens for everyone, male, female, whatever, regardless of the relationship, this partner does some bullshit, now you're fucked up, you don't realize it, but this demonic seed is now in your head, and then you get over the event itself, but there's this thing of like, are you good enough? Is this person gonna hightail it out of here to go grab someone else? It gets in your head, and then you're left with this thing where you're over the event, hopefully, but there's this seed in your head just going at you like you're not good enough. And I think that's the emotion. That's where I would say, like, hey, you can let go. Like, you have to let the situation itself, the specific person, the specific, incident, let it go, and know when there's like an underlying emotion left behind, like a sorrow.
I disagree. Wait. Let
enough.
me like pitch something to you, rather than like, because I don't see what letting it go really means. What I see in that specific situation is I need to I learn about myself that I don't feel like I'm good enough, and so what I need to do going forward is I need to learn how to feel good enough.
Yeah, that would be part of letting it go, is being able to realize that you're okay. Like, this has no hold over you anymore. Like, it can no longer imprison you, because that's what it feels like, right? Like, it's like this prison of like, man, this person felt like I was so not good enough that they chose someone else, then now I'm like locked in this like emotional and self-esteem jail of like, man, like, can't date anyone else, can't talk to anyone else because this asshole did this. You know what I mean? So it's like, I feel like it's part of the process to realize that you are okay and you are worth a relationship and you are worth loyalty and all of that stuff. But when you're like in that like trauma jail, really what it is, where the person who did the damage to you has the key, but they're so long gone you can't make them like unlock it, you kind of have to be the one to like realize you're okay, you're enough, and this person's just an asshole.
The difference between feeling it and processing it.
But I feel like that's something you can't do in isolation. Like the feeling that you aren't good enough for other people, you can't, like, if you change your perception of that without the help of other people, then you're really just delusional. Like
disagree. You gotta expand on that, because the reason therapy works is because you're doing the work.
No,
right?
But you learn that you can, therapy teaches you can be in a so in that situation, the therapist would teach you can be in a relationship with somebody where you feel like you're good enough. You can't do it without talking to the therapist.
Different people are able to explore and process their emotions in different ways. I don't think everybody has to do it in the same way.
There's three main ways people heal. People heal on their own, people heal in a loving, intimate relationship, and people heal within communities. All three are valid.
Yeah, I agree with that. And and I'm sure we all fall into different categories for this reason.
Well,
But
so-
also, I think the
wait.
language we're using just really fast on attachment. I feel like Rashad, for not being a Zen guru, you're very like Buddhist right now. But like the idea of letting go of attachment isn't to ignore something; it's to free yourself of the burden that was never yours to carry. You're letting go, and you're appropriately setting things in their place. So like that's why closure is done within. It's not done with other people. Like you can think you can seek out your ex-girlfriend from 10 years ago to get that closure, but girl, the closure was always within you. And so holding on to that attachment, if I just got closure from her, like that's the Buddhist saying of like letting go of that attachment. But Smeth, you're totally right? You don't want to actually, fake let it go. You don't want to pretend, oh, I'm over it. I did it. I worked through my feelings. When you know you have not, sis, it's showing on your face.
Well,
so it's about not lying to yourself first and foremost.
Right. I think I was I was missing something there, but what I was trying to get at is, if you just tell yourself, and maybe you actually like start to believe that you, like maybe you are, the way that you're behaving is causing you to have unhealthy relationships, and so that's what like I was thinking. So in that scenario, you can become delusional and then continue having unhealthy relationships and then being like, why is this going wrong? Why is this going wrong? So I was thinking of like a specific like situation, or my hypothetical in my head was more specific than yours.
If you're like the source of your own problem, then yeah, like if you're someone who can't even acknowledge that you're the problem, then that's a different story. Like I thought we were talking about like if you did everything reasonably right and someone still kind of just cheated on you or did whatever, and then you're kind of left trying to figure out how to just release yourself from like being chained by them, like leaving you and feeling that like dependency on them, showing you that you can be loved and stuff like that. Because I feel like you're underestimating the internal. Like if there's one thing I've noticed is that external experiences affect you, but like the internal is way stronger than people realize it is. Like it's a lot stronger than you think. Like external experiences, they're strong as fuck, but like if you actually take the time to build that internal, it can withstand a lot of shit that you're going to end up dealing with. And it can also open up better experiences, because the better you feel within, the better you can experience and interact without. But I think that delusional, I'm going to say being delusional kind of got to do it. I'm not going to lie. Like you kind of got to, what I'm saying, like walk around like you are
sure.
it.
There's something to that.
Have to,
There's something to that.
Yeah, you got to be a little crazy.
Yeah.
Well, how did you guys specify the differences? Because again, we're talking about feelings, we're talking about emotions, but we're also, look how we're like tethering all of this conversation to things we're thinking about. What, you don't have to explain the things you're thinking about because those are personal, but like what are the feelings that those things that you're thinking about bring up in you? Are unresolved feelings of desperate, feelings of unsure, confusion, anxiety? Like, can you even identify it? Like I know before stream today, my partner asked me, he's like, what's wrong? And I was like, I'm anxious. My body wants to die. And I know the moment I turn on stream, I'm going to love it. But getting from here into stream always feels like I'm like swimming through a lake first. Even though this is my best job and it's my favorite thing I've ever done, I just like always have that anxiety of like, what if I get on stream and a booger's on my face? What am I supposed to do then?
Well, but that would be good. That would be good.
Yeah.
That would be good content.
It would be great content, It's like all of those bad thoughts come up, and then you're just like, I'm being perceived. Like I'm looking at a screen, but I know like all these people are watching, and it's like my brain's just like, let's just go to bed. And I'm like, that sounds so nice. Get to work. And like I still show up to work every day because at the end of the day, that fear I have is just fear, and I'm allowed to feel afraid and do it anyways.
I have this issue.
I
have
feel
this self-creating issue
go
when
ahead.
I'm on stream. Okay, exactly like very similar to that. So, and I might be doing it right now. Fuck. Okay, it's some type of anxiety that makes me start saying like a lot because I stop to think and I start saying like, and then sometimes I literally will do it after every single every single and because I'm and the more that I get worried about it, my solution that I've figured out is I need to just be comfortable being a moron, because the more comfortable I am sounding like a moron, the less like a moron I sound.
Yeah.
You can overthink
'cause-
it for sure.
Yeah, or people feed off that confidence a little bit of like, oh, he's in it. Like he wants to be a moron.
I can
almost.
fix it
Like,
later. If I say the wrong thing, I can fix it later. I
Sure.
don't need to say the perfect thing every single time,
Yeah. Maiden, were you going to say something earlier?
Sorry.
The way that I feel my emotions, I don't know. I don't. I can take. Okay, this is also part of my mental disorder. I think I can take my feelings like to the nth degree and like follow the train of thought all the way to the end. So like if I'm experiencing anxiety over like, oh, I have to work, then I just like get overwhelmed and like search all the way back into the past, like, oh, ancient humans would never have had to do this, all the way into the future, and like, where are we going? You know, we're just like slaves to capitalism, and I have to make money, and why do I have to do this? And I hate life. That's how I experience. I don't experience it like
your monologue, girl.
I don't experience it like this little thing. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah.
I love that, Arena.
Yeah, I was gonna say, going back a little bit to the concept of pathologizing emotions, or to what extent are emotions valid? To what extent should we listen to them? So, for example, and what are, I guess, healthy versus unhealthy emotions, right? So even I started thinking about, like, what if a person is born and they are just naturally enthralled and thrilled by, I don't know, seeing dead bodies everywhere, but also they get really, 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 really sad when they see a cute kitten, right? We would probably, like, they get like sad, like absolutely sobbing at seeing a cute kitten. When are those emotions valid, right? And we can say that they're not appropriate emotions. Why? How? And I wonder to what extent us expecting certain emotions from others to be at a level that we culturally or societally tolerate, right? Like, we expect people to be sad at a funeral. We expect people to be happy at a wedding. We will admonish people if somebody comes to a wedding and starts sobbing because they're so sad about the marriage or whatever, right? That's an indication that something is wrong, either with the situation or the person. So how do we identify in our lives? Is it culturally informed? Is it informed by our own emotional experiences? Is it all three? That's kind of where my brain went.
Sounds like biology and culture. Like, I'd say those are the two things, right? Because, like, biologically, it's like you're like excited by these dead bodies. Just go on ahead and take a step back. You know what I'm saying? Like, just go run into the tree somewhere. Go away, right? Like, you don't want to like lock them up in a cell, but it's like, okay, this person right here is a little bit different. You know, you'll find it probably in every human like civilization except the crazy ones, where it's like you tell that person, all right, guy, just go over there. The person sobbing in front of a kitten, I guess, like, we'll just make fun of them because, like, just like culturally, it's just like who's like that. Like, even biologically, it's like, look at this dork. Like, okay, just you and the kitten go over there. Like, I don't know. I feel like those people were probably just told to like just take a step away somewhere. But I feel like we
became
tolerate
doctors
them, right?
or morticians.
Well,
or yeah, something like, or give them a task to do or something like that.
The guy that you're describing that like is like feels really great, and like, you know, I'm picturing someone getting ecstatic or euphoric around death, and like love it, or and then feeling like horrible and sad around young children. I want that person to be like, to like be able to admit it and be like, my name is Jeffrey Dahmer and I'm insane. You know what I mean? Like, you know, they need to.
I think that when we see people having emotions that are abnormal or really far from the majority's emotional response, that it's a learned cultural behavior to be kind of wary of that. Like, if one person in the group is reacting in a very different way to the same stimuli as everyone else in the group, then that could suggest we have reason to be concerned for that person. Like, it seems like an abnormal situation. It could be, I don't know, a number of things, but that's worth paying attention to.
I want them to just admit it, like, because let's say that like Jeffrey Dahmer, if he like admitted that to everybody and talked about it, then we can be like, okay, maybe we can help you, or like, you know, like, and like I feel like the hiding it makes these kind of things, like if you're having these extreme like different experiences from everyone else in like these ways, and you're like, you know, serial killer potential, being honest about that stuff. I don't want that stuff to be in the shadows.
That
Like
kind of
the
brings us
social
full
feedback
circle.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, just the social feedback loops that can happen. You can actually create serial killers based out of like the
Oh,
shame,
yeah.
like,
Really?
yeah, cultural.
I
Well,
think-
serial killers are just people who kill more than like 2 people, guys, in a consecutive manner. I don't know if the legal definition is so lame, but if you mean pathologically a serial killer like has a drive and a desire and an
Right.
attraction to death, then that's like a different kind of, well, that's a specific kind of person. Here's the question. Feelings and morals, which came first? Why don't you feel
Feelings.
guilt when you cheat on your wife? Why don't you
Yeah, I
feel
think
guilt when you
feelings.
kill somebody? Why don't you?
Emotions. Yeah.
So that's the question. I think people attach like, if you knew it was wrong, you'd feel it, but that's not true.
Yeah.
Aren't morals just like sort of like based like very primitively in like our gut like disgust reactions?
But they're,
You
well,
know?
they're a construct within our understanding of that, more or
Yeah.
less.
Yeah.
Well,
Arena, do you want to say something or
I
not?
was going to say probably with the morals, it's what the majority in they're based on what the majority of a community feels, right? So if we feel disgust at, for example, cheating, that probably does come from an innate. I mean, yeah, it can spread STIs. There's a biological reason to like, be wary of promiscuity in a relationship, right? So, but then if a person is born without that drive and they're only informed by the morals, then why would they feel guilty if they cheat, right? So I do think that the emotions came first that informed our morals, and then we point our finger maybe at the people who don't experience that innate disgust with something that we find immoral. Maybe. I don't know.
They have different morals, right? I would say that they have different morals, and by our definition, they would be immoral, but by their fucked up definition, they wouldn't be. Jeffrey Dahmer could believe that he is like the most saintly person, that everybody else is evil, but by our standards, he's kind of evil.
Yeah, I think that's the dilemma when people say like your feelings are invalid or like facts before feelings. They're trying to insinuate that feelings are without merit, that feelings are only so helpful, but I would say your logic is only so helpful since you can logic your way into pretty bad reasoning.
I mean,
And
they
so
need
this-
each other, right? Logic.
Yeah.
They do. They do.
Like, you can't
Two sides
divorce-
of the coin.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
like I
shouldn't
will say,
divorce them.
I'll say to people like, oh, I think I get it, but I don't think I get it. Or I think I get it, but I don't think I get it. It's like I get it logically, like I hear what you're saying, but my body hasn't caught up to what I already know. Kind of like what Rashad was saying. Like I even had this when I was getting engaged to my partner where my brain was so in it, but my body was like, are we sure we know what we're doing? And I was like, bro, we've already, look, all the logic pans out, family approves, everything is chilling. All the data says we made the right decision, but my body was so trapped in like previous trauma. And my body was just like having this like very emotional reaction that I was like, okay, I accept that my body and my brain sometimes aren't as synced up. Like I think introspection, extrospection, the symbiosis between self is when your mind and your body are in sync, when you actually are on the same page. But sometimes I'm out of alignment and I'm like, oh, look at that. And I'm like, now I'm able to observe it because I actually do think I'm 3 parts. I think I'm my brain, my body, and I think I'm my consciousness, my soul. So I actually separate Brittany into 3 categories because like my intrusive thoughts aren't real. So when I'm having them, that's not coming from anything other than like stored data that like gets misfired onto my like desktop.
You
When
can
I'm
have emotional responses to your intrusive thoughts, and then they become real almost. You know what I mean?
Sure,
Like
sure.
real in your head.
Right,
Yeah.
but I noticed that after therapy and after working on myself, my intrusive thoughts became like bird noises in the background. I'd be like, oh, that's weird. Okay, well, I don't have an attachment to those thoughts. Those are just like intrusive thoughts, but like I don't have any emotional attachment to them anymore because like I put them on the shelf where they belong. They're not me. I'm not thinking them. My brain is saying them, but they're not me. So I'm good. I'm good acknowledging like what they are, which
That's
is
a
just
good analogy for intrusive thoughts, then.
Yeah. So for
Yeah.
but some people, they think like I didn't know in my 20s that my intrusive thoughts weren't my thoughts. I thought they were me.
I disagree with you. But I mean, if that works
Which
for you,
part?
that's part that I think that your intrusive thoughts aren't separate from you, or like I think they're actually real. I just think that they, it can be like sort of shallow, or maybe your brain is self-harming. Like I think that can be a thing. Like for instance, nightmares. Something that's been helpful for me because I've always enjoyed nightmares, and I've learned why. It's because
They're not real in the sense you don't need to like be attached to them.
your brain wants your brain kind of wants what happens in a dream to happen, and so when you have a nightmare, part of you wanted it. You know what I mean? And like, so when you have PTSD, part of you wanted it, and it's painful to you.
It wants to work things out. It wants to process it. Yeah.
Yeah, and so like with the intrusive thought, I feel like part of you wanted it, but that doesn't mean like
No, but I do think our brains can sort of like fire, like they can reach back into the files from like things that you've already whatever, and just like fire like in a random like, you know what I mean? I think that can happen.
So here's an intrusive thought I had. One point I got like a paper cutter for something, and someone gave me a paper cutter, and I kept like having like these horrible, disgusting, and scary thoughts of like, just what if I put my genitals in there and like and it's like, it's not like it was just like I was literally self-harming by having that thought, like, and it was just like a traumatic thought to like randomly have. It was just me hurting myself. It was literally me hurting myself mentally.
I mean, what if you were just curious about what it would be like?
How do you know the difference between curiosity and self-harm? Visualize like the cross section of like, you know, my body parts, and like and think about the pain, you know. Yeah, it is okay. I don't blame you. But I was just.
I don't think that's weird. I just feel like, don't you ever think about like, what if my hand got stuck in the car door? Like, what if I just took this knife and stabbed myself? But like, you're just curious. But it's just like that's how humans learn. We learn by saying, "I wonder what."
The frequency of that was self-harm. I was like,
sure.
Yeah, I think that the consistency and the frequency is where it becomes negative, right?
Okay.
Like it's regularly intruding on your thought process.
I don't want to hear about that either. I get that.
That make me ruminate and like paranoid. They're just like random things that make me, you know.
I do wonder, like Smeth, you said that the intrusive thoughts are a part of us. And I don't necessarily disagree, but I do wonder about, you know, I don't tell my heart to beat. I don't tell my liver to detoxify. I don't tell my stomach to digest.
Right.
So, you know, they are a part of me, but their actions are in symbiosis, but also separate from me and my, you know, influence. Of course, I nourish my body. I do, you know, my best, blah, blah, blah. But I'm not in direct control of these organs. So I would think of an intrusive thought kind of as your brain doing its own thing, but without your input.
I don't believe in free will. So I believe
Have you read Robert Sapolsky's Determined?
I have not. Obviously,
okay, you should read it. Listen to the audiobook, because he's the Yale professor, Stanford.
He doesn't believe in free will either, yeah.
Yeah, he did but I would argue that he's describing exactly what I think is free will after the fact, but you are a biological creature. Like, you are your brain, but you also have the capacity, thanks to evolution, to be more than that, which is still just the brain. But the more than that is the perception in which we are dealing with the brain. Otherwise, we wouldn't do well with mental health. Otherwise, we wouldn't get better.
Yeah, like ego, it's a construct that we kind of like make, and Well,
the rock exists in its consciousness as much as the tree exists, as much as the human exists. We're all biological like entities on Earth. Like, you zoom out, we don't even exist. But within our like worldview of our biology, there's a whole ecosystem within us. And then if you zoom out, this ecosystem looks like my body. And then it forms like a relationship with this thing I call a brain, which I separate into a consciousness. So like, when you say you can't separate it from you, you also aren't different than the rock. But yet we do separate it into the you because of the ego. Right. But then you can have a humility within the ego. And the humans are animals, like we're like little biological creatures on the planet, which means we also do have a mode of being to move forward, to do something. That's
the purpose of the ego.
Right. Yeah. It is the purpose of the ego, but I still think that people play a trick on themselves, and I get it. I get why they do it. It makes sense, but I feel like it's sort of a trick that we all play on ourselves. Like where, like, for instance, when we like talk about like Jeffrey Dahmer, like part of us wants to sort of think about him as if, like, I just see him as like he is like a machine that was built and designed to do what he did, and like given his environment, there wasn't any other possible outcome.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah. And so I feel like what we conceptualize ourselves as if we can change the outcome, and that helps. That mechanism in itself does change the outcome, but it still is a mechanism that is sort of, you know, out of our control. We with our self-critical analysis of our own behavior is in itself a, you know, biological mechanism that we don't control.
We have much less control than we think we do, but we still can change things somehow. Yeah.
Yeah, you have much more control than you think you do, or less control depending on where you are in your path.
Yeah.
It depends on where you are in your introspection
Well,
journey.
like
because,
biologically, as far
Yeah.
as like changing the path, the course of our future, like we can't do anything about that. It's gonna go the way it's fucking gonna go, you know. But we
Like, I
Well-
couldn't have been anyone but me, and you couldn't have been anyone but you. Like, I didn't have a choice to be Brittany. I just am Brittany. I was born in this body with this personality, and like that's what it is. But because I know that and I can conceptualize it thanks to my biology, I can also now do something within the 1,000 optional paths that my biology gave me as an option.
Yeah.
So all of them are based off my biology, but all of them still allow me to make decisions that feel like free will,
It helps
which is good
you-
enough for
it,
me.
It helps you. It's like
Yeah.
it helps you compute and do all the different things, right?
Yeah.
But to
it-
contextualize that, like kind of like I think sort of the path we got here, is like about the impulsive thoughts or intrusive thoughts, and I still think that those intrusive thoughts, like they are, you know, part of your mechanism, you know.
Yeah. Okay.
I think
question.
they're your self-belief.
Ooh, say that again.
I think they are your self-belief.
So, explain.
I think they're, because I've been actually experimenting with this recently, and I think one of the hardest things I had to accept was like a lot of the intrusive thoughts are actually some shit that I think about myself that I don't think that I think about myself until I admitted it. Like I would just
Different
be like,
insecurities.
yeah, like stuff like that. Like I would be sitting there like I don't think that about myself. But then when I humbled myself and I actually thought about it, I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Like your brain constructs it in a way where it doesn't say like you suck, but it's like you don't do well at the things you want to do. It doesn't like say like or like you can't get that done or things don't work out. It doesn't like say like, oh, you're cursed, but it frames it in a way where your ego can still persist and you can still feel like you deserve to be on this earth without necessarily like feeling like you're just like this bum, you know? And I was kind of realizing, I'm like, man, these thoughts are not just like some spirit attacking me. This is me. This is my perception of myself. And I have more than one perception of myself, but this one's so deep rooted and it's so annoying that it's just like, oh, by the way, Rashad, you suck. In case you forgot, we're back. Just letting you know, you suck. Like, it's like, damn. Like, I'm thinking this stuff is like gone, but in reality, like it's still chilling around. And I realize these are leftover, like carefully constructed thoughts from years ago that are still in my head. And I've never confronted them because the concept behind the thoughts are really bad. And I don't want to admit that I think that about myself. I want to just jump to the good thoughts and feel like I'm the best and I'm the greatest and blah, 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 while ignoring the fact that I have these thoughts that contradict that stem from a perception of myself that I never made peace with and just like broke away from. So I think I agree with Smeth. I think those thoughts really are just you, but a part of you that you've been kind of like trying to, you know, like act like it's not there.
What about, so there's this form of OCD where they have extremely intrusive thoughts, where they like hurt themselves, their family, children. I forget what it's called, but it is like, you know, a form of OCD where the person has extremely distressing to them thoughts. Now, I do think that the intrusive thoughts are very much culturally informed, so they don't come out of nowhere, you know, they're based on the data that we observe. But I do wonder about what is the pathology.
The
versus what
psyche is
the
culturally informed. Let's be honest.
Yeah, but if a person does have that form of OCD where they, you know, keep thinking about hurting children or their family, and it's very extremely distressing to them, you know, how do we, I guess, connect that with the idea that these thoughts are them?
Well, I think we're
versus
defining intrusive thoughts differently. So intrusive
Yeah,
thoughts to me
that's
are
what I-
thoughts that aren't you.
Right.
Like
Well,
they
that's-
are not you. Now wait, in a
Can that-
biological
can that be
sense,
tautological?
everything you do is you, right? Is that what you mean, Smeth? Because everything you do is you, but the you we're identifying as is the you that is also not the version of you from 12 years ago. It's the you are in the moment,
Not
and the
the
you that is
conscious
healthy.
observer. Not
Right.
the you, the conscious observer.
Right. So like I want to be clear because intrusive thoughts from even a psychological perspective are like the thoughts Arena was saying, they're the thoughts that are not the you, but they're the thing that is, because what's the difference from just a thought that's negative and an intrusive thought? And negative thought is like what Rashad is feeling, which stems from an inner part of me that's negative, and like I feel those things like you're not good enough YouTuber, and what are you doing, and it doesn't matter if you do this full time, you're still not good enough. Like those are from my internal thoughts of never being good enough, right? Those are real. Those aren't intrusive thoughts. Those are negative thoughts. And then my intrusive thoughts are like, this balcony's 9 stories high. Whoop. Whoop. And I'm like, nope, girl. Or you're driving, you're just like, no.
Okay, well, hold on. Well, no, I actually think that like you like they're kind of the same thing. I think part of you hates yourself. I mean, I'm saying that. I'm not saying that like so. I'm not saying that totally like I think this about you. It's also I think that like I have thoughts
they're
like
not
that.
negative.
I think that about myself.
Oh.
When I have those like I'm like I can relate, and when I have those thoughts, I think it's just like I when I have that thought, I'm like, damn, I really hate myself right now. Like, why am I doing this to myself? Why?
Yeah, but I don't really like hate myself, right? Like I'm chilling.
I think more like a curiosity, like
self-loathing part.
It's not a negative. Like my intrusive thoughts are funny to me now because I have no connection to them emotionally anymore because I went through therapy. Like DBT literally saved my whole brain, but like I just see them as like a thing that like a bird that literally goes by and you're like, look at that. But I'm not having that emotional connection to them anymore. So even the like jumping off the balcony, I'm like, no, Brittany.
Well,
it's not funny anymore.
I'm against, well, not against, personally, like not prescriptively, but I'm personally against the DPT method. My method is different. And
yeah, but your method, like, have you ever thought about this though? If you looked at my life and your life, which seems happier?
Well, I don't know. Probably, I don't know.
As an outside observer, Brittany does seem to be more well-adjusted.
I'm older.
Would be miserable in your life. Let's be honest.
That's true too. Like my joy is in your joy is in your. So the question is like, where does our joy lie?
Like I just said, like I enjoy nightmares.
Okay, to be fair, as somebody who has chronic nightmares and sweats in bed, let me tell you, last night was a mess. I will tell you, I am over them. I'm over them. Can you take my nightmares? I'm so over them.
Okay, no, here's the thing. Okay, so here, like this is this difference. Okay, so on a certain level, so there's just 2 different ways of being, but on a certain level, you will be happier, but I don't have nightmares as much. Like I rarely have them, and when I do, I love them, and I'm fascinated by them. But part of that means that I don't even have them as much, I think. I really think this is a true thing.
Do you lucid dream?
Sometimes, but when I lucid dream, it's like half lucid.
Sure.
So,
yeah, okay, that makes Arena.
So, Smeth, do you feel like you are your thoughts?
Yeah.
Ooh, are you your actions, your thoughts, or your morals?
Or your emotions?
Well,
they're all. I don't think there's such a. I don't know. I think they're all parts of the same
first
thing.
Thoughts or emotions?
I feel like they're all a part of you, an extension
Emotions
of you, even if they manifest in a weird way.
I think emotions
Who's
come
the
before
you?
thoughts.
Yeah.
I agree.
Who's the you? I still don't know who the you is.
All of that shit. Like
The
the main vision, like your main perspective of yourself, like your main like perception of self. I mean, the thing is, like, you saying, like, I feel like all intrusive, there's different levels of intrusive thought. Like, I'll be, like, researching, like, politics on Wikipedia and shit because, like, I'm Black Destiny. I'm just kidding. I'm sitting there and I'm researching this shit, and I'll have, like, a horrible thought. What the fuck is this? Like, I'm reading about, like, shit that's so far removed from what the fuck just came in my head. And, like, I'm like, no. This is not a spirit. This is me. There's something in my fucking head that feels a need to disturb this completely productive moment. And that was like, I feel like that's the worst part about it, is like, bro, like, having to accept the fact that this is you. Like, it's in you. It may not necessarily be your main identity, but that definitely is some shit in your head that is a part of you, derailing some positive shit because, like, for whatever reason, you just haven't, like, addressed that yet. But I don't think it's like an external force. I really do, or even like a condition. I think it is my head, like, derailing some perfectly unrelated stuff. I think it is a part of you. It might be a tiny part that you haven't completely let go of yet, but it's like I don't know. I think it is you.
And so an example, acknowledging that it is me sometimes actually helps me compartmentalize it. So for instance, I know that, like, yesterday and today I've been streaming, but I haven't been streaming quite as much because I'm working on this video, and this video is just like, it's not like it's the most elaborate video, but it's just emotionally taxing for me. And yesterday and today I felt like depressed streaming, and I'm very aware that it's because I'm not working on the video, and I need to get this video done, and I need to like do some stuff in my life, and because I'm aware of that, like I'm not identifying that as like a unproductive part of like, because I want to just be able to stream and be happy, because I'm saying that that's me, and then I'm like, so why am I like, because it would be really easy for me to not make that connection. It takes a lot of effort for me to make that connection, and then when I do make that connection, then it makes it so that okay, so I know that I am upset because of this, and if I acknowledge it, then I can try to be happy while I'm doing this. There's still, though, then it becomes a hall of mirrors, where is my acceptance of it now just enabling it, you know what I mean? And so then I still have to work with that, so it makes a struggle.
Okay, so here's 2 questions that come to thought then. Are you the you when you're peer pressured? Are you the you when you're drunk? Are you the you when you're asleep? Like because when I dream, Smith, I'm awake in my dreams, and I'm sitting here like, go to sleep, and I'm like, you are asleep, you're in a dream, and I'm like, oh yeah, and then I'm just sitting here in my dream awake, and I'm so annoyed, and I'm thinking about work, and I'm thinking about this panel, and I'm just like, I want to go to sleep and not be awake in my dreams. That'd be really fucking great. And then that sensation alone, like, I think is so, I should go to a sleep study, honestly, and be like, do something, give me a drug or something. Like, why am I awake in my dreams? I'm tired.
What is that feeling? What's that sub feeling? Like, okay, like what is the underlying emotion when you're stressing these things and being bombarded? What do you feel?
Like when I'm in the dream and I'm annoyed?
Like when you're feeling like, oh, this stream, this panel, what is is it anger? Is it like anxiety? Is it stress?
Definitely stress. I am often stressed. I run a business. You know what I mean? So I think I have normal human stress. I mean, we all got to pay our bills and stuff like that. So I'm stressed a lot of the time. I think I'm also exhausted. Like, I have a feeling of exhaustion, which is why I give myself an hour a day of total silence, so I can like leave that stress and exhaustion for a while and go into like a little bubble of chilling. And then I leave the bubble again, and then real life comes about, and I got to be responsible again. So I do feel like I feel an emotion of exhaustion mostly, where I'm like, man, I am fucking tired, bro. But it's like I'm getting my sleep. I have like a little sleep app. It keeps track of my hours. But that's why I want to stop being awake in my dreams, because my theory is, even though I'm getting enough hours, because I'm awake in my dreams, I'm not sleeping.
Yeah. Oh, I think it's obvious to me. It's obvious to me what is going on with you.
What is it?
I think that you just your psychology is so built around having control, and even the act of setting a time the time to be like decompress is still compressed, because you're like so structured around how you're doing it. So even when you're dreaming, you're still controlling yourself, you know?
True. I am actually. I would argue that one of the ways that I've stayed on top of my borderline and other things is by controlling and putting everything in its place. So when anything is out of place, I'm like, oh, fuck. And like, I have to make sure that everything doesn't crumble because things went out of place. So what I do is I learn to detach or let go of attachment via Buddhism, to say like, okay, like this is not in my control, so this is life and I'm gonna ride the wave. Like, even when I'm stressed, I imagine I'm in like a riptide, and it's not my job to fight the riptide, it's my job just to ride the stress until it's over. So I feel like my biology is always having a stressful experience, but my brain is having less of the stress. So my consciousness experiences far less of the stress than my body. I let my body take the brunt of it, and I let my brain just like zen out while my body is like taking the brunt of which is why working out has super helped. Because I feel like I'm giving my body the strength to handle the stress.
I think you're like kind of like more of a man than me.
Thank you.
She's just neurodivergent, that's all.
She may be more.
But that's good. That's good to know that actually, I think I run into this problem a lot, where I'll meet males and I'm like, oh, you're a girl and I've been treating you like a boy. I'm so sorry, bro. Like, I couldn't meet you where you were at. And I do think my boy brain fucks with when I socialize with boy girls instead of girl boys. Like, I do. I think you're right. I think you are more of a girl in a wonderful way, in the same way that I'm a boy in a wonderful way.
Well, the way that you are is going to yield better outcomes within society, because society is going to be a force that is it's going to fuck with you, and you can adapt to it, or you can like bash against it. And you know, the adapting to it means that you have to contort yourself, and like, I feel, you know, that show where the wall comes at the Asian people and they have to move into the right like position, you know, it's like some Asian game show.
The Yeah,
Yeah, and
We all watched it.
they the hole in the wall,
Yeah,
hole in the
nobody
wall.
knows the name, but we know
Yeah,
what
yeah.
you're talking about.
Yeah, and so I feel like that's coming at you, and you're moving your body, and I'm coming at it, and I'm like, no, and I crush it, and then I like make it into a new thing, and then so yeah, you're gonna be able to win the game of life, easier with that strategy, but also you're gonna have nightmares.
Yeah, well, and a lot of the so you want to talk about feelings? I'm older sister responsibility conundrum when it comes to feelings and emotions. So every sibling holiday, every sibling problem, every issue. You know how many times I've loaned money out to people, or how many times I've like been the call for emergencies? And why is that? Why didn't it go to my older brothers? Because I'm the older sister, and the older sister's better at the emotional stuff. So who does everybody call to carry the burden of their feelings? Me. And then do I do it? Yes, but I've learned boundaries after some time where I was like, I love you so much. The decisions you're making with your life are stressing me out, and not just my body, but my consciousness. So I'm going to need a little bit of space from your decisions, and, accept that you're on a journey of your own. Like it's, you feel like a mom before you're a mom, So I do think like that even plays a role. Like firstborn men deal with like culturally very specific responsibilities, and so do girls. And then on top of that, my dad raised me as a boy. When I came out, he literally said, "Is this because I raised you as a man?" I'm like, "Do you hear yourself? Do you hear yourself?" And it's because he raised me to run a business. And it's kind of ironic, just like thinking about how that could, but let's be real. He couldn't raise my sister that way because she's more of a girl. We didn't even choose it. I didn't choose it. My dad knew the moment I came out of my mom. I was like, "What's up? Tell me about tax returns."
Yeah, it doesn't
Tell
sound
me
like it
about
would
it.
be. It doesn't seem like it would be arbitrary. It probably came from something.
It did. I think he knew. I think he knew the moment I popped into the world. He's like, I got it. I know what to do. Because it's not that's what I'm saying. Like at the end of the day, there is a determined part of our life that is based off the fact that this is my body. The fact that I look the way I look tells me how the world will treat me, and then how I can play into it. Let's be honest, I'm not going to be Belle Delphine tomorrow. Only Belle could be Belle Delphine. Only Sneeko was going to be Sneeko, and only Andrew Tate was going to be Andrew Tate. But I'm still me. And that's something.
Belle
and there is a
Delphine-
game
Belle-
to play being
And
me.
Sneeko could be Belle Delphine.
Sneeko wishes, bro.
I don't even know who these. Let me look this up real quick.
Oh
You
yeah,
know who Belle
look up
Delphine
Belle
is?
Delphine.
Bro,
It was funny that my-
Do you know who
just-
either of those people are, or neither
He
one?
knows who
me-
Sneeko is.
let me-
Gotta
You
know.
gotta
me
know
ex-
who Sneeko
Belle
is, right?
Delphine
Let me
is
X
kind of
this
like
out.
the archetype of the. She probably is the person that coined
Yeah,
Google.
no, I'm about to X this out. She too.
Yeah. Don't let it show up on your stream, bro. Okay, go ahead, Maiden. I think you're trying to say something. I'd love to hear it.
Oh,
then
no.
Arena.
It was just an offhanded comment. Like, you, Brittany, are just like my mom, and Smeth is like my dad. Like, I grew up with parents who had the gender stuff swapped, which is interesting. Anyway, that was just an aside.
I was gonna ask while Rashad Googles Belle Delphine, have you guys ever had that experience where you are experiencing a thought and you're like, oh my god, that's a new thought? And then I always think that's such a weird feeling to have, because it tells me that the thoughts I'm having day to day usually are thoughts I constantly have. And
Totally.
so it's so much fun when
Yeah,
a new
it's
thought
really
emerges.
novel when there's a new one.
But
Yeah.
then that makes me think, I'm like, oh my god.
You're talking about like an
how
insight?
specifician.
Like having an insight, or just like a literally just thinking something you've never thought?
Oh, you know what? I think more so having an insight, but also having a
I
thought
love
I've never
insight.
thought.
Insight
Yeah.
is like a mind orgasm. It's like my favorite feeling in the world,
Yeah.
more than an
Mhm.
orgasm. I love it. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
sometimes they are silly little thoughts that are new that you haven't thought of before, and I'm like, ooh, that's a
Yeah,
fun
like my
thing.
partner can
I don't know
literally
if I've
tell what I've been thinking by my facial expressions at this point. And he's like, "Oh, you're thinking about that thing still." I was like, "Shh, I haven't decided to stop thinking about it yet." Like if I'm solving a problem, I will think about it for like until I'm done thinking about it. And then you'll know, like you'll see a difference in my body language. You'll see a difference in my facial expression. The way I eat will be different. Like, and I think that goes back to what Rashad was kind of saying about like moving through your feelings, and what Smeth was saying about processing. It's like I think and process my feelings, and I'm like, "Oh, I still feel this way." Or like, I still feel tension in my chest. I still feel this way. I wonder when I'm going to wake up, it's going to go away. And then I'll wake up one day and I'm like, oh, it's gone. I'm done. I must be done thinking about it. And it does feel like all that time I used to process it is the kind of way I not earn, because that's the wrong language, but the way I allow myself to get like to ride the wave, to say that I'm not in control of it, but instead I will examine it and think, what lesson am I going to learn, and what tool am I going to learn to be someone better? And sometimes it's hard to, because you're so bogged down by your feelings. Like, look, I'm a content creator. You're a content creator. I have anxiety when people make stuff about me. And most of the time, I don't even watch it, if I'm going to be honest with you, because the moment someone gets something wrong about me, my brain's like, but that's like, how'd you get that so wrong? And then I'm like, no. They're going to get it wrong because you're going to get things wrong. And everyone's job is to see how they are processing their own content as creators. Some creators will never correct their mistakes, and some creators will. And you will engage with creators who change their mistakes and update their information, and not engage with the ones who won't. But it is so strange to my brain. The feelings I feel when I think that people won't update their roster is like so heavy on my heart that I feel like I must be going crazy, because how can you live in a world where you don't update your information? And I'm like, Brittany, this is your thing. Your thing is being curious and updating your information. Their thing is finding information that reinforces the thing. And I'm like, but it's wrong. And I'm like, do you hear yourself? And I'm like, but it's wrong. I'm like, it's wrong. Don't you feel weird going to bed knowing you're wrong? And then I was like, oh, okay, that's like my thing. Even though I know I'll always be wrong about something, it's like, if I know I'm wrong about it, I need to correct it, or I feel crazy. Do you guys have that feeling of stuff? I feel suffocated, and I have to fix it.
I think this sounds like it's definitely, well, probably other people feel that way, but I feel like this is something that is going to be a thing that you're going to be really strong with. That's probably related to the whole like lucid dreaming thing.
Probably. I am problem solving in my dreams all the time. But see, my joy is correlated to my curiosity. I love having those brain moments where I'm like, oh, because then I get excited. Like, I get so excited when I solve a problem, because I'm like, oh my God, how fun. Because I learned something new, and it feels like I'm going up a video game level. I feel like I beat the boss.
Yeah, you're leveling up.
It does feel that way. Yeah, it feels like I'm leveling up.
It's like I definitely relate to that anxiety of being unable to control how others perceive you. That's like, but I think because we are social animals, that's a pretty common fear. And I think, you know, when we get reinforced by how we see ourselves and how we want to be perceived by other people, that's like points in the tank. And then when somebody gets like perceives us and their perception is valid, but it goes against our own self-perception, that's minus points in the tank, and becomes very distressing. But I do wonder, like, how to work on not being as impacted by people's wrong perceptions. And I feel like it's very tough. I feel like you need
it's like such a primal instinct
system. Yeah,
because of how we are as children. Like that's how we learn to survive at all, was connection and attachment, you know, like attachment in the developmental sense, not the Buddhist sense.
And the question is, how do you avoid it without running away? Because I don't want to run away, but I also learned, like, I took Twitter off my phone because this is so stupid. I just learned that Twitter, this is so dumb. I'm such a boomer. I just realized, like, Twitter, when you block people, you're not kicking them off your bubble on Twitter. You're just not seeing their tweets. And I was like, I don't like Twitter. It's like really negative. So I'm going to kick these people out of my space. And I'm like, oh, I'm not kicking them out of my space. I'm just not seeing their tweets. And I'm like, oh, I don't like Twitter. And so I took it off my phone completely because I didn't know how to engage with people on Twitter. I was like, and it feels so bad faith that I was
mean.
Like freaking.
It's Twitter sucks. It's mean.
It is mean. So I just took it off my phone and I was like, am I running away? And I'm like, no, you're making a good decision of how to interact with your environment. And you just don't know how to do this. Like, I don't know how to. Same way I don't know how to interact with Twitch yet, but I'm like, how do I do this? I just don't until I learn how to. But I want to make sure I'm not running away because I don't want to be no pussy.
So you want to be able to have control before you go in. So this whole time we've been talking about this, like, I'm aware, like, I feel like I'm very different than everybody's saying that they are in this regard of other people's perception of you. Of course that affects me deeply, but I feel like I'm unique in this aspect, but I don't necessarily think that's a good thing. I think that being feeling like shit because everybody thinks something awful about you is pretty normal, and of course I feel that way. But something I about myself is that I will do it for them before they even do it. I will go there before they even go there, and I guess in a way it's kind of controlling, but. Like, because I've criticized myself before you even can. You don't even have any power over me, and I'm aware that I'm unable to very eloquently speak about this because I don't even know how healthy it is, and I don't know if this is something. I just don't know, but I definitely do something like this along these lines.
I think that's
I used
another
to-
good.
yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Rashad. Go ahead.
I think I kind of used to do like, I don't know if you're describing the same thing, but I used to kind of do the same thing mentally where I would like reject myself. I don't know if that's exactly what you're describing, but like oftentimes I would anticipate rejection from others, so I just reject myself before they could. So like if I don't know, like I've been working on this recently, but like I would just like walk around and if I saw someone a woman I was attracted to, I'd just like reject myself mentally, like it just automatically think she just dislikes me. This person's never spoken to me, that doesn't know me. They're probably thinking about something else, but I would just like reject myself so I could be like, no need to worry about it. And then I began to realize like, wait, hold on a second. Whoa, you know what I'm saying? Like this is not good because now I'm kind of starting to formulate a perception of myself without even receiving feedback from anyone. I'm just automatically just saying, fuck this shit, I'm out. I could never be a part of it anyways. And I realized it was rooted in like childhood, you know, just BS, which is ironic because back then when I was a kid, the whole classroom could be like, Rashad, you're retarded. I still thought I was God. Like I was just levitating in the room. Like I didn't care. But like life eventually like chips away at your like invincibility complex.
Well,
but
that's not really what I that's to me that would be way more obvious of like an unhealthy behavior. But what I'm doing is related to that, but in a way where I can't tell how unhealthy it is. So what I will do is I like on my streams, I'm like here like I'm a retarded loser. Look at me and it's like this is I'm giving you, this is what you can love about me, and that I'm a retarded loser. And so it's. Do
you feel that, or are you just saying? Well,
I will love myself for being a retarded loser.
It's almost like rebellion. Like fine. Like you're gonna shame me for this. I'm gonna love myself for it.
That's hard to understand.
Like how people reclaim other, like, you know,
like
the reclaim of like, I might call my good friend like, oh, you're such a whore, even though like I'm not doing that in like a mean way. We're like reclaiming the word and like trying to see it as a positive thing.
So I'm seeing like, so Smeth seemed to talk about, I guess, I think there's a difference between observing and naming and acknowledging your flaws. Self-rejection, kind of like what you talked about, Rashad, and then also but then also the third point of other people's perception, because if you can accurately, and also of course we have blind spots, but let's just say you're a person who knows your flaws, you name your flaws, and so when other people observe and name your flaws, that doesn't bother you. But when people perceive you as having specific personality traits or flaws that you do not have, but they perceive you as having, how do you deal with that?
Well,
you know,
knowing
that you can't.
This gets really complicated. That's why I'm like so confused about it, because I will sometimes I will try to preempt what they might perceive that I don't even agree with myself, and admit that you might think this about me before they even do. And maybe you're right. I don't think this about me, but maybe you are right.
So meta.
Yeah, do you know why you do it?
My parents, I think, and protecting myself psychologically. I don't know.
Okay, I will say something about this whole group, and I'm just going to say it. I think we're all medium traumatized probably, which means like we had a good enough foundation to give us the arrogance to become somewhat content creators, and then that convinced us that we do actually believe in ourselves enough to do this, because like I do genuinely believe in myself. I think I'm capable of everything I want to do in life, but I also have insecurities like anyone else, but they're not big enough insecurities to keep me from believing in myself. And so I end up here anyways, and I ended up doing it. Like, I mean, I think we're all pretty successful in what we do in our own ways, at our own journeys, you know? And so that realization alone tells me that I must be able to identify my feelings accurately enough to succeed. So that means I must have a good symbiotic relationship with myself, which means like even if there's stuff that's wrong, I know eventually it will be more right than wrong, because look how far I've come, right? I know I can do it because I've done it before. And so there is some part of you that's giving yourself feedback by even having the stupid conversation in the first place. Think about how many people wouldn't even know how to have the conversation in the first place. So the fact that we're having it, I'm like, oh, this is like very interesting as a conversation already. I'm like, oh, this is good. Like I feel safe. I feel safe on this panel. I feel good talking about it. I don't think you'll take me out of context. And I feel like I'm being seen. None of you are the content creators who can't see me enough to like completely misconstrue me. Even if Smeth and I come to a disagreement, it feels like a disagreement that's rooted in somewhat of seeing each other, even if it's not fully. And that's really, really powerful. So Arena asked the question, like, my brain does loop. Well, loop's the wrong word because that has a negative connotation. But my brain, if I can't figure it out from my perspective, why this person has this perspective of me, I try to put myself in their shoes and think, okay, I'm this person. This is what I'm viewing. Can I see myself outside of how, like, through my own scope? And that's what's the most difficult thing for me, is to try to imagine what it's like to watch Brittany on the internet. Like, how the fuck should I know? But it's like, that's what I'm thinking of, is like, how could they come to this conclusion? It doesn't even make sense. But then I'm like, what if they were always going to come to this conclusion because they're working on their own fucking shit, and no matter what I said or what data was given to them, they'd come to that conclusion, which means, how am I coming to conclusions that regardless of the data, I'm making the wrong decision? Because whatever they're doing, I'm just as capable of doing. So then it's kind of like this feedback loop that if you don't parse the information correctly, it will take you in a more negative than positive direction. So my goal is always to head to the positive, healthy direction.
I've got a thought
Some
experiment
people
for
are
you.
just stupid.
Wait, two things.
You go
Rashad
first.
and then Smith.
You go first.
It's just some people are just dumb. Like, that's what I just realized making content.
Oh,
Like,
sure.
some of these people are just just lacking in the.
I just said it so many times. I've cursed this stream with. If
Yeah. They're
just.
just there's a significant lack of just the calories aren't all the way up at the top, so there's just a lack of connection. And I just, I just realized that looking at some of my comments, I'm like, bro, there's no hope for you. You're just dumb. Like, you're just one of those people, and there's nothing I can do about it. And unfortunately, my comment section doesn't have brighter people. I just realized when I first started this stuff, I was like, there are dumb people in this world, and then there are some people just committed to misunderstanding you. They're not
That's what I
dumb.
swear.
They know what
Yeah.
they're doing.
I
Like,
swear.
they know what they're
Some
doing.
people are,
They're
like,
100%.
Dumb and they can't help it, and it's not their fault. Other people are literally
Some
just
people
Some
know
people
they
are
ain't
really-
shit.
they will misunderstand you
Yeah.
regardless
Some
of
people-
all your efforts.
The worst ones to me are the ones that don't know what they're doing, but they're really good at it, and they're like a machine built to misunderstand you, and they don't know what they're doing. Those are the most infuriating, because they mean it, and like they're literally like a gaslighting machine. Like,
Which goes back to being biological, but go ahead.
I was gonna say, who do you think you are like that to? If there is anybody,
I wonder that
are there
sometimes.
people you just cannot understand, and they tell you, "Hey, your perception of me is not how I perceive myself at all," but you're like, "Nope, for some whatever reason, that's my perception of you."
But
and
you
that's
gotta
how
be a
it's-"
hater though. Like, I feel like you gotta have like the hater gene.
It's
'Cause
different expressing it. Expressing it and
'Cause-
perceiving it is different, right?
I've never like purposefully, like, I know, and I'm like, I've felt it before, and I'm like, fuck that guy no matter what. Like, he could cure cancer. We're still throwing him off a cliff. Like, I've had thoughts like that before. I'm like, we're gonna get that guy.
Because it gets at the terror of, like, that's deep, like, beneath everything we do.
But
the
I've never
disconnection terror.
dedicated that much
Like, this
energy
person doesn't
toward the
see me
hate.
is innately a terrifying thing for us.
Yeah, I've never dedicated that. Like, I'll categorize it like, that person, please just disappear one day. But I've never been like, how can I today inform this person that every correct thing they've done is wrong? How can I make them feel like they suck? Like, I've
you're not
never
gaslighting
been
the fuck out of them?
You
Yeah.
gotta be in a bad place in life or something.
Yeah, like, I've never woke up and like itineraried how to derail this person's sense of self. Like,
I think people
you know.
who comment, I feel like that's a special breed of people in general.
Yeah,
no
they're
matter
different.
what.
They're
Because
different.
because
Yeah.
it's
I
most
love
people
them.
don't comment, they
Just so you
watch.
guys know, not you guys, all you little fucking trolls. I see you in my chat. I love you. Come back. Never stop.
But it's a special breed of
Your
people.
chat
I think-
trolls.
I think whether you express it or not, there are probably people we just cannot understand, no matter what data they present to us.
Okay, wait.
There's
So
that block, right?
you mean how I, for the life of me, can't categorize Mr. Girl correctly? I refuse to believe that I'm not right, but I also think I'm wrong. But you know what? I just can't get it. Like, I'm like, where do you belong, sir? Are you red or are you blue? I can't. Your color schema is fucking off, and like I can't place you correctly, so block. Like,
Yeah, like if I
So
can't
I feel like he
into you, if I
doesn't
can't
place
sense
you
into
correctly. Like, watching the two of you interact,
sure.
I feel like it's a mutual, like,
Yeah, for
mismatch
sure.
of some sort, I guess. Like, it doesn't feel just one-sided.
And this comes down to like my belief in seeing people. Like, how much of a person can you see? And like, because I've only felt fully seen by my partner ever in my whole life, even though I've tried to bare my soul. It's like I'm speaking a different fucking language to people, and I'm like, what the fuck? Why can't you understand me? And I know it's not on purpose, even though sometimes it be on purpose. Those people be crazy. But the ones that it's not on purpose, they're so trying to hear me, and I'm like, you cannot repeat my ideas back to me to save your fucking life. And a part of it is like, we cannot see each other, we cannot vibe, we're not on the same frequency. Like, there's literally a it feels horrible, by the way. It literally feels horrible to look at somebody, especially somebody you love, and you're like, I'm explaining myself, why can't you get it? Now the question is, and here's the part where I think Arena's really getting to, maybe it's not, sometimes, I swear to God I'm right though, and they're wrong. I swear to God, one day they're going to see the light, they're going to call me and be like, you were right, bitch. I'm like, I know, bitch. Because like, I love to categorize, but also I know I've been wrong. So then that's the question. So I go by data. What's the data that I have, and what's the statistical probability I'm wrong? 5%.
I have a thought experiment for you that I thought of earlier. Because this is an insight that I have uniquely because of like what I've just been doing the past couple of weeks, and I've been streaming a lot, and I feel like I've been getting like better at like the performance of it and what I'm doing. Like I'm literally like trying to get in touch with my emotions. When I have a stream, I'll spend all day like dwelling on shit just so I have something to talk about. And then I stopped doing that, and I was focusing on one video. And then my self-perception changed. So do you think that if you stopped streaming, that your confidence about yourself, because I feel like streaming enables you to create a separation where you can see yourself externally as like a project in a way. And if you stopped streaming for a month, do you think that would fuck you up? I think it might.
Me?
Yeah.
Well, I've only been a streamer for like a year. I've been on YouTube for like 10.
Oh, okay. Well, then in that case, then do you think like through streaming, do you think that has like changed how you see yourself?
Yeah, I definitely think I see myself differently now that I've been streaming. Because I don't have an edit button. And I notice what I call it, like when I'm out of my free will. Like I'll notice on stream, I did it the other day. I started to I said something and I was like, stop. And I stopped it mid-sentence, and my chat was like, ooh, very nice. I was like, no, we're going to evoke free will. I'm not going to finish that sentence. But I feel it, like when I'm acting out of like a pure reflex, and I'm like, shh, even though that's your inside thought, you're not going to say it out loud. I'm like, ooh, you almost had me, chat. You almost had me. So I see parts of myself. I'm like, but that's where I came with the concept of evoking free will, where I think free will is that symbiosis with the self, body, and mind. So you can literally say what you mean to say in the moment without it being just on autopilot, which I think is where most people are naturally at, because it's pretty good. Our autopilots are pretty fucking good. Like, they get us through life and all of civilization pretty good. So I will say streaming has taught me, like, oh, there's Brittany not acting in her free will. And sometimes I'm annoyed. Sometimes I say things and I'm like, Brittany? But
you're so divided against yourself. Like, I feel
I separate myself into parts.
My way of doing it probably will never be able to be as fine-tuned. I agree, like completely, absolutely, will never be able to be as so fine-tuned. Like, you're so controlled. But also, I feel like the way to do it is to just fine-tune how your autopilot works, and constantly try to work on the autopilot without ever trying to put it in a box, you know?
I mean, I just say that's what a 2 is. A 2 is autopilot, and like they're really good at it. And there's an introspective level to that autopilot. But I would say I'm trying to go beyond the autopilot. But I can't consistently, like, 5s have 2 moments. And like being a 5 is also like, if I'm in a coma or in a schizophrenic episode, I don't have schizophrenia, I wouldn't be a 5, right? Because I'm like not in symbiosis with my logic and my body. So I would say, like, even being in a 5 moment, like, that's why chat was like 5 moment. I was like, damn, like, but I'm not in that moment, especially not when I'm streaming. When I'm streaming, I'm fucking white men suck, patriarchy, queers, like, you know what I mean? I'm fucking in my bubble, and I picked it, you know?
In my level system, you're the 2.
Let's go. Let's go.
I have a question. So this is kind of bringing it back to how feelings develop. And I was thinking about how I think that to an extent, probably to a very large extent, the way the culture is because of physiological, biological processes. But I do also wonder, like, how do we not allow our observations to become expectations? So for example, if in, like, let's say in a controlled environment with no cultural influence, you just notice that, you know, young boys are very much into mechanical cars, whatever, and young girls are into social play and whatever. And so then you create a culture around that, right? And then that becomes an expectation. And then the little boys.
Is that an accurate view of culture, though? Does culture actually, is that how culture comes about? I feel like it emerges from something real. You know what I mean? It's not just created like, you know, oh, let's.
Yeah, not in a lab, obviously. I'm saying like, I'm not saying that's how culture was created. I'm saying like by observing that, you know, let's say in the nature, you know, when humans became, as we were evolving, right, we noticed these things, but then I think at some point we also started to expect them, because there is an expectation of behavior for, you know, boys and girls, men and women, and that expectation, when it's not adhered to, can create a sense of shame in a person, or a sense of that they're wrong for existing the way that they do. And I think that, you know, it can be a challenge, I think, to view people as individual, right? Because like we all carry bias, right? So if you, sorry.
I wonder if they're like, well, no, I'm interrupting. I just wonder if there's like, I feel like, and I don't know anything specifically, but like I've heard of cultures that aren't so shame-based, that actually are, they still have gender roles, but they also like respect the individual too. Like if an individual is like expressing like outside of the norm, they're allowed to go, you know, do what they want, but, you know, go with whatever flow that they.
There is a rigidity to America specifically that I think people they don't know exists here.
Western culture and America.
But they don't know like America specifically, as much as they talk about the freedom narrative. I think they don't understand the rigidity of the expectation of behavior. Like we just watched a documentary about Black Barbie, and like even Black Barbie is such a new concept. 1980s was presented to the public. Like a Black Barbie just happened, and I was born in the 80s, to just like give you guys, like a lot of us were born in the 80s, like just to give people an idea of like how recent we are, just living history, right? Ultimately. So I think because we're always living history, we are also watching like people figure out things in real time. And I think people will figure out sort of hopefully a model like Maiden said, where you move to your strengths regardless of, you know, this black and white thinking. It's like black and white sort of like is helpful in terms of your values, but less so in terms of adapting. And we will need to adapt to the changes. I think humans would play much more to their strengths if they were less worried about gender, but also gender is very important to people. So not acknowledging it would be silly, you know? But that the shame and those feelings, I think data is showing us even schizophrenia in the United States is experienced differently than in other cultures. Like the intrusive, like the thoughts, the hallucinations they hear, the auditory hallucinations are literally different. Like ours tend to be violent and about guns and fear, and the voices in other countries are reporting more like goddesses and ancestors.
Yeah, I remember reading a summary of that information, and it was wild. It blew my mind. Like how are you experiencing this different based on where you live? Like that's wild.
But how could America have been different considering how we came about, considering how the things we did happened? So in some ways, like, what is free will of a country? What does it even mean to have free will as a country? Like when there's so much expectation riding on your shoulders. So like even as a unit, like we really are just living history, and like fingers crossed we get to enjoy our life while we have it. But who knows what will happen or what will change. And I think that comes about through making an effort for yourself, really, to think, how can I be more joyful? How can I feel my feelings more and feel safe in those feelings? Like my family, over time, absolutely got better at letting us express our emotions. It's weird. Growing up in a Middle Eastern home, loudness was just normal. And then when you were really angry, you like escalated to something else, like maybe like slamming a door. Like if you slammed a door, we're like, ooh, someone's mad. And then we'd say it. We'd identify the emotional at, oh, someone's mad. And then we say, why are you mad though? And they'd be like, I don't want to talk to you about it. And I'm like, no. Why are you mad though? And yeah, sometimes maybe we should have given them space. But just the fact that we verbalize like you are mad is more than I've heard other families get to do. I've heard other families like you're not even allowed to acknowledge there's tension at the dinner table. But in my family, nah. It's like, hey, you're ruining the chicken. What's up? Like, talk about it during dinner. And you could cry at dinner. You could say, well, I'm not going to eat anything. Okay, we'll wrap it up and put it in the fridge for later. It's like, even though my parents in so many ways were strict, they for some reason always let us express that we had emotions, even though they made fun of us and called us girls about it. See how it's both? It's never perfect. Tell me that isn't pure irony. Oh, I grew up with a family that let me express emotion, but they called me a girl while they did it, but also they hugged me after.
That's like the best thing. That's like best case scenario you can ask for. Like, you're never gonna get the whole perfect mix. Like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like, oh man, like, okay, cry it out, but you know, they might laugh at you or whatever. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, it's better than like them just not even acknowledging anything. So you kind of just gotta like just take what you can get and just try to take it piece by piece or
I
whatever.
think you can get perfect mix. It's just rare. It's just hard. It would be so much work. It would be so much work. Oh my god, I noticed this as like a cashier. I noticed that like I will have moments with people's kids where I'm parenting their kid better than them, and it's obvious why. It's because they're exhausted. And so like their kid will like want to do something, and I will be there and I'll like tell them, oh no, you can't do that because your mom has to do this, and like I'll explain it to them for a moment, and then they think about it. You know, they need to have that sometimes, but to do that with a kid constantly, it's every moment, you just need to shut up and get in the car right now. You know what I mean? So you can't always be doing it. So yeah.
Actually, I think that goes to it takes a village a little bit. Like, I think in that moment you were offering support, like you were playing a support role, and it's needed. Like, it is needed for us to do that for people, but it's hard because people are exhausted. It is exhausting.
I do think about the village concept too, actually. But I feel like some people are very, very suspicious of the village, which
Sure.
makes total sense. But at the climbing gym, I saw a dad and his son, and the kid was not letting go of the holds so that he could be, belayed down because he's on a rope. So he was like, let go, and the kid was so scared he was going to fall. And I wanted to, because I was belaying my climbing partner at the time, and I was like, hey kid, look how much bigger this guy is. Oh my gosh, and look, he's secure on the rope. He lets go. He's just floating in the air. He's not falling. And I just kept looking at the situation. I was like, do I say something? Or I don't know this kid. I don't know this dad. Like, maybe this is their process. Maybe this dad needs to sit here. And eventually the kid came down, but it was like 10 minutes of like a back and forth,
That thing you're talking about is so much stronger. I think I've actually gotten over that. I've discovered that. I'll say that in a second, but that experience is so much stronger for men, I feel. Like, people wary of you, like, around their kids, like, as like a man, especially like as a young man. I think especially like when you're in early 20s and stuff, like, don't be talking to my fucking kids, But I've learned that by being nice to people's kids, like, people tend to like love you for that, like, instantly.
As a parent, I attest to that. It's like the very quick way to ingratiate yourself, or like the opposite.
Yeah.
Wait, what was the question? Is it Irina? Is it? I want to say your name right. I'm horrible with
Irina.
names. Yeah.
No worries.
The question was like,
I was saying that sometimes the village can be wary, and like, so when you come across a parent struggling, how do you decide?
There's a
whether
wise
to
way to
step
village.
in? Yeah.
Yeah.
oh yeah.
How do you know when you want to involve yourself or when you should just observe?
Yeah, I mean, gosh,
Yeah.
go ahead, Rashad, go ahead.
Oh no, I mean, I've never really. I mean, when I was young, like, I guess like in the Virgin Islands, like, it's really packed. So like, oftentimes you do have other people's parents telling you not to do this or not to do that, or to stop talking too much, or to chill out and stuff like that. And I was used to that growing up. You get spanked on the hand at school and stuff like that. Like, but yeah, like, as an adult, like in the States, everyone's in their own little bubble. So I have no comprehension of what that's like, interacting with like that as an adult. So
Yeah. Well, I worked at a grocery store once, and I had, how sometimes the grocery stores have like cute little kid carts? I love those carts.
Yeah.
They're so cute. And this mom came in at the deli, and we had a wine stand, like a beautifully put together wine display, which honestly, I don't know why we had it there. But these two little kids came in with their carts, and they were bashing the carts up against each other and very near the wine. And I was like, oh my gosh, guys, watch out. If you hit the carts too much, like you might knock over the wine and you might hurt yourself. And the mom took major offense, called my manager over, demanded my name. She was not pleased. And I was like, oh, because I'm Middle Eastern, and same thing. Aunties, uncles, older cousins, everybody, even me, to my nieces and nephews, they know Auntie Brittany is allowed to like discipline in some aspect or way, like allowed to hold you accountable for bad action. And so like in my brain, I tried to do it in a soft way. I always try to like higher my voice up a bit and be like, oh my gosh, like be careful. And like she was just not having it. Now my manager took my side in it and everything and pretended to scold me in the corner. He literally was like, look sad, look like I'm yelling at you. And I was like, oh my God, this is so dumb. And then she like watched us as he like fake yelled at me. And it was just one of those things where he's like, look, that's just how it works here. This is a very like high-end store. Lots of people have Bentleys in the driveway, you know? So you gotta just know that they're not gonna like you talking to their kids. And I was like, oh, well, I was just trying to be helpful. The bitch could have been like, it was fine. You know, it's fine. But it's kind of one of those things where there is sort of a fear of if I go too far. And look, I'm not trying to offend. Like in Croatia, I learned not to talk to people's kids. I did it, and my partner's like, what are you doing? And even the mom was like, and I was like, I don't know how to signal safety here. Like, I don't know how to signal to this population that I am safe. And that's all I was trying to do. But that's why it is somewhat cultural. Like, the expectation of safety is almost like ignoring you. Ignoring is almost safer in a way, which is like so counterintuitive to how my brain works. Because I'm thinking, make eye contact, look at the kid, acknowledge the parent, you know?
I've had this, like, I've really evolved on this, like, lately. I've been thinking about this a lot, and I haven't really thought I would be talking about it, but I've had like sort of the opposite, and I haven't had that experience yet, but I bet it could come up if it was in the case of like disciplining somebody's kid, but I haven't, like, that's not really what I'll be doing. Usually I'll side, like the kid will, the parent, usually the situations where I see people with their kids, the kid is that they are like trying to do something and the kid will not be understanding, and I will like be like a support, you know, like, you know, and you know, like explain to the kid, you know, no, your mommy you have better lollipops at home. These ones aren't even good, or you should trust her because like she knows what you're eating, and she knows that this one will make you feel bad. You should just trust her, or something like, I don't know, something small like that. But I always had this weird experience with like eye contact with kids and stuff, because of like these weird feelings and stuff. I feel like I've just decided, like, I realize kids need you to be more like present. Like this whole like avoiding people's kids, I feel like it's bad for them, you know? Like it's bad for the kids when like every time the kid looks at an adult, the adult like goes away and everything. I'll just be like, hi, you know, like whatever, you know, so the kid just has like a normal experience with a human being, you know? And also you got to understand and be okay with the fact that kids are like little weirdos and like they just stare at you, and like the way to like you want to model a healthy behavior, you know, like they're trying to learn, like they don't know what appropriate like eye contact is, and your response to that shouldn't be to feel awkward. Your response to that should be to have like the actual appropriate level of like, you know, eye contact and the appropriate level of whatever engagement.
How does that make you
social behavior?
Yeah, how does it make you feel? Because I felt like the instant I realized I was signaling the wrong thing to a mother and I was making her feel afraid of me, I felt like so bad. I felt really ugly. I felt like, do I look like a monster? Because I was like, I did not mean to convey that to you. And I wondered, how do you feel?
I feel like I don't know how I would feel in your situation because I wasn't exactly in that. But I've gotten like subtle hints, like somebody like wasn't expecting me to like somebody whose kid will be like crawling off a carriage, and I'll be like, hey, you know, but make sure that you don't hurt yourself or something like that, and maybe I can like I can't remember a specific situation, but I can imagine a parent being like wary of that and like, hey, well, you're talking to my kid or anything, but I'm just be like, I'm just doing what I gotta do. It's what I like. I have to. Yeah.
Abba has this really like funny clip where Abba said like, I'm not trying to catch myself near any kids, no playground, nothing. Like even if like as a man, he said, like, I would never want to be a solo man near a bunch of kids. And like
Yeah.
that idea, so because Abba's such a family person, and that hurts my soul for him thinking about that, because he's such a kind energy, and like he does so well with kids, at least from what I know about him.
It also
And
hurts my soul for kids. Like,
Yeah.
the whole gender is just excluded from being able to interact with them.
yeah, well, and then we talk about male role models not being available. It's like, well, hello.
Yeah.
And it's like, where's that balance? Where is that balance?
Yeah. They need
Yeah,
some
more
weird,
dads.
weird YouTuber.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of how we have the whole like Tate stuff going on, because like so many like Gen Z young men kind of just are like missing those role models and are trying to figure out how to navigate life and stuff like that, which is, it kind of relates to the topic of conversation, because like you had this uptick in like stoicism and men's emotions don't matter, like most of the advice I find is like stop caring or stop worrying, or it doesn't which I mean some of those things are true, but like it's like you're kind of like banking on the audience to have the understanding or the nuance necessary to pick it apart and say, okay, yeah, as a man my emotions 99% don't matter, but I probably should make that 1% difference if either I caring or getting in touch with a professional who does care to try to make that difference. So it's like that lack of like just lack of, I don't know what's causing the lack of like 2-parent homes nowadays, but yeah, you're seeing a lot more like men emotionally relying on I'm not trying to like run defense for Tate here, but if you watch like a lot of his like his fans post these like inspirational motivation, they get like millions of views. Like these are young men, like literally like their emotional lifeline is Andrew Tate screaming through a YouTube video. So it's one of those things where it's like, how do we encourage young men to be
Andrew Tate
independent?
Andrew Tate teaches you how to hate yourself, I think, and it really speaks to a lot of the self-hate that I think a lot of like men have, especially like young men, and they don't feel like they size up, and it's like, just you sleep on the better nails, you shove that nail right through your hand until it builds a house, and yeah, I think they don't have.
It's complicated, because it's like most male motivation is get over it. Like that's a foundation of most like male like red pill motivational videos. It's like, it's gonna suck. It's gonna suck. Stop crying about it sucking. Figure it out, or you can just like fall by the wayside. Which, I mean, it worked for me. Like that kind of motivation has always worked for me, because I've always been like, I don't want to be the one. I don't want to be the one left behind. Like I'm panicking and shit. But there's some people where it's like, okay, I'll be the one left behind. Women suck, society sucks, and I'll just watch the decline. So it's one of those things where it's like, there is an aspect of like the motivation being like eat like a bowl of cereal made of nails. And I do, and as a result, like there is kind of like, okay, how do we get like a nuanced, like how do we get like a nuanced direction for young men? Because like the whole,
I was gonna say, like you don't want to swing too far on either side of neither one feels like wise to me,
Well, I don't
That's
think
true.
it's wisdom, right? There's a lack of wisdom.
Because there's like I've watched a lot of like female content where they talk about how they regulate their emotions. I'm like, wait, hold up, how the fuck are we not like, why are we not
we
doing this?
I don't think women even have all the tools. We're maybe, like, if you believe it, perhaps we're more emotional, maybe, but I don't think we have the tools to deal with our emotions just like men. You know what I mean?
One very simplistic,
it's a middle ground,
simplistic, like a bastardization, but like a good way to frame this, like that could be helpful for sprouting another thing, but it'll close off other doors, is to frame it, because I think that women are allowed to be victims and men are not allowed to be victims, and being allowed to be a victim is good and bad. It's healthy and good and it's important sometimes, and also it can become a crutch that defines your whole life.
Have you heard of like positive racism? When like people are like, oh, good thing you're black, you're good at sports, or like, good thing you're Asian, you're smart. It's like, so same thing with
fetishizing almost, yeah.
And same thing with being a victim. Like, you're a woman, you get to be a victim. Well, I get to be a victim because you think I'm fucking stupid, and I'm always a victim because I'm weak. It's like, you only think I'm always like, I feel
and
like
because you're like assaulting me.
Well, hold on. I get more of a when I say that, I'm actually living the woman. I'm doing the whole woman victim thing. Okay, I'm the guy swinging. I'm a different type. I'm the opposite of Andrew Tate. I'm being really grandiose here, but But like I aspire to be more like a woman in some of these ways, and you know, I'm apprehensive about it, but when I say it, it's not like from a place of jealousy. Like I'm saying, like I'm not saying that you get to do that. I'm saying that like I am trying to do that too.
Yeah. Not to be pedantic, but you mean envy, right? Like you want what they have, but do you mean women like socialized or women gender?
I'm not sure. I think those are kind of the same for I don't, but what I mean is I'm women are allowed to be, so the difference, I think that men can do it. I just think that other people don't care if a man is a victim. They hate men that
Or
act
it's
like
socially
victims.
distasteful. Yeah.
Yes.
Socially
Yeah,
So-
it brings out negative reactions in people that it doesn't really for women. But there is like I know Smeth didn't mean it that way, but there is kind of like this like undercurrent of like women get to have this or women get to that. It's like this kind of like it's called like red pill rage, where you discover that as a man it's going to be tough like getting what you want as in terms of like relationships, and then you get stuck in this like this weird spot where you're just angry at women all day, and you'd never like swallow that pill of like, okay, I figured out what's wrong. Am I going to actually do what I'm supposed to do? Or is this going to be like a women bashing adventure in my life where I never actually reflect? Which is kind of hard because you never know which like you never know who's with the red pill content. Like it's really a luck of like who the person's watching. Like the content creators I watched were like, oh, you're fat and you think you deserve an attractive woman? How dare you? Like those are the kind of channels I watched. But now we're in like a more newer era where it's like, let's showcase us like arguing back and forth with women or putting women down. And it's like, it is a concern of where are young men deriving, or men in general, because a lot of older guys are, you know, attracted to this too. Where are men deriving their lack of emotional fulfillment, where it's like, I'm not even worried about what women get to have that I don't get to have. I'm just worried about what I have as an individual. Like, what's my situation, how to regulate that, not worrying about whether, you know, women can cry about something you probably wouldn't even cry about anyways.
But
like,
you
oh
can.
no, she's crying. You know.
You can though. You just people like, so when I'm not talking, when I'm talking about in an internal way, like giving myself permission to be like a woman regardless of what other people think, you know? And so like my solution wouldn't be to say like I'm too fat, like I can't get the women or thing or whatever. It would be like, I'm fat and I deserve love. You know, that's what women do. That's what women do. There's like all this like stupid body positivity, like, you know, like really like, you know, seriously morbidly.
Is this your thought, or who have you been watching lately?
No, this is
like...
me. This is me. No.
I feel
so,
I feel like most women don't think like that.
No, most women
like-
don't. Most women don't. But what I'm saying is,
Yeah.
men can't do that. Like
Men
it's
do, bro. They just do it in different ways. It's just like you're not seeing the manifestation because it doesn't look the same, but it's the same.
Yeah, culturally we see a lot of like media where it's a fat man with like a supermodel.
Right.
Well,
they
that's-
feel entitled to like this beautiful younger woman for whatever reason when they
think that's more
physically
of
are
like
a
the-
mismatch.
It's more of like y'all ever like watch the whatever podcast or like Fresh and Fit where like there'll be a bunch of beautiful women on the panel and then dudes will like pay $50 to say something disrespectful.
yeah.
Yes, that blows
that's the
my mind. Every
the
time I watch it, they're
manifestation.
spending so much money just
Yeah.
to like
That's
be
insult.
fair-
But those men
that's
just
the I'm
men
fat.
just want to be slutty bimbos. That's they just
They
want-
do.
Yeah, they do.
They
yeah.
do. They
But
are.
that's
They're
the
angry.
manifestation of the I'm fat, love me anyways. It's like, why
Yeah.
won't you for $50, you know, then in your mind you're like, why won't you be attracted to me? Let me send this really disgusting message so maybe you'll learn your lesson and love me.
Oh no,
And I
that's
feel like women's
That's
I feel
not-
like women's manifestation is a lot less disrespectful, but it's the same energy of like, I'm fat, like me.
Wait, I'm
It
not.
depends
Wait,
on
wait.
the
Same
women.
You're right about what you're saying, but that you're not understanding me. When I say like I'm fat, love me, I'm not saying that all like. I'm not actually the person saying that I'm fat, love me anyways. Like I'm the person saying like I'm a retarded loser, love me anyways. But like I'm not saying that all women will love me. I'm saying that there's a woman out there for me, and I don't need to change myself. I deserve to be happy as I am without changing myself. Like unless I do need to change, you know. But
Yeah.
yeah.
That's so hard
Yeah.
for me to comprehend mentally.
No, like
changing for you versus changing to.
Yeah,
for an
yes,
external.
exactly. Changing for me.
Yeah.
I don't want to change myself for other people. I feel like men are told they have to change themselves for other people. Women are in some ways too, but in a lot of ways, men, like even just emotionally, fundamentally, like you're not allowed to. All your emotions have to be changed for other people, stuff like that. Like,
I feel very much like women are told in a lot of different ways that you have to perform and act and be a certain way
I thought
for
of
other
that, yeah.
people.
absolutely.
you know what it is? The girls who are princesses more than older sisters, because older sisters don't get their emotions met. That's for younger sisters. Older sisters have to do the labor, just like boys have to do the labor, but not all boys, because my youngest brothers aren't doing the same amount of labor that my older brothers are doing. So I think it's more or less like, which boy are you and which girl are you? What is your status in the hierarchy? What do
Beta.
people expect out of you?
Beta to alpha.
Like, seriously, what do people expect out of you? And I know so many older brothers who don't want that fucking responsibility, or older sisters who are like, I don't want it. And I'm like, well,
Yeah.
okay, what do we do now? Because, like, that definitely happens in dynamics. Or younger siblings do step up, and then they do take over where the older siblings couldn't and they failed. So then the question is, where does that even come from? I think a lot of it is environment and evolution and biology and cultural expectation. Like, there's so much at play here. And then you want to talk on top of that feelings and responsibilities and like, how do I feel? Like, I don't know. That's why I say I don't know how much gender is playing a role so much as like what we've allowed gender to become as a construct.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the feelings that men wish they could cry over, they don't even really want to. Like, I don't know, like sometimes I think about it, I'm like think about the
Ooh.
kind of stuff that women are crying about. Do you actually see yourself with tears coming down your face over that? Like,
Okay.
come on, like you, like, you know?
Before Arena goes, Rashad, this is exactly the opposite of that is the women that don't actually want to have a business or like be a CEO or run anything, but they want the option to. And I think
Yeah.
they should have it, and I think the boys should have it. I think everybody should have the options too, but actually play to their strengths in the end. Go ahead, Arena.
Yeah, I was gonna say that, and you also brought up the expectations thing. I was thinking about the whole men around children conversation and men participating in the village. And I thought about how our observations have, I think, made it so that our expectation is that men are dangerous or whatever for children, for women, etc. Like, how many people would hire a male nanny? How many people would hire a male preschool teacher?
It's statistically though. It's true.
And at the same time, you know, I think there are opportunities for men to learn about fatherhood, although, you know, through things like camp and whatever, like summer camp and being a camp counselor in your youth, especially like 16, 17, 18, 19, etc. That's not to say that there's not a certain danger there necessarily or whatever for any camp counselors or anybody that you send off your children to be with. But in a place like summer camp, there is a lot more, I think, potential for if something does go wrong for it to come out. Not to bring up the Boy Scouts, but maybe not in the Boy Scouts, but in summer camps in general, I feel like there is a lot of oversight. And so there are opportunities for young people to practice being that village. And it's probably not on the playground, but there are opportunities for, you know, parents who do feel comfortable with sending their kids off to summer camp and sleepovers and, you know, being an uncle, being a big brother, etc.
Yeah, but also like men, I think women probably abuse kids statistically more, but men abuse them worse when they do.
Yeah, I would it's different
Would make
kinds of
sense.
abuse, yeah.
But really, honestly, I think we should like also admit that like men are more likely to like I mean the whole uncle thing is a stereotype for a reason. Like you're getting like raped by your uncle, you know?
Yeah, like who here would hire a
Creepy uncle,
male
yeah.
nanny?
I would hire a male
Yeah.
nanny that didn't identify as a man and didn't identify as a woman. I'd hire a non-binary nanny. I'd hire a queer nanny. I'd hire a gay nanny. I'd hire any man who wasn't interested in being a man. Because it's the
I'm
men
not.
who are too busy being too scared to be anything but a man that end up hurting people because of it. I think suppression of feelings and toxic masculinity leads to more harm to children and women and men.
That's probably
do. That's
true.
my
That's
theory.
probably true.
I think I would hire
Somewhere.
a male nanny. I definitely would hire a male nanny. But obviously, I would just like with the female nanny, I would do all my due diligence. You know.
I'd hire a bear nanny over a male nanny.
Nah, I need a housewife. I can't be
But-
leaving people with my kids. At
That's
all.
true too. Yeah, that plays a role.
I'm just, yeah,
So
I'm gonna
it's
need gender
interesting,
roles
right?
in
We
my
don't-
house.
We ourselves don't trust the village, but when the village doesn't trust us, we're like, oh
Yep,
my gosh.
exactly.
Well,
I mean, it's look, man. I don't stress about these things. Okay,
I'm inclined
like,
to. I'm inclined to trust the village, though. I like within reason, like not a blind trust, but I do think that part of the way that our culture is like the meaning crisis, blah 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 blah, is because like we're very like overly individualistic and divorced from each other in general.
Yeah, I just think we
So-
should. I think on a systemic level, we should account for like, you know, men are more likely to be sexually abusive and shit like that on a systemic level, but like on a personal level, it's different. Like
Only because of opportunity, though. That's the thing, is like a lot of abusers only abuse because of like timing and opportunity. And I wonder what we could do to socialize people out of even accepting that opportunity as an option. And I think that's where free will comes into play. I don't think a lot of these people who make offenses like this are necessarily acting in their free will. And by free will, I mean in symbiosis with their mind and their body. I think a lot of them move almost like quicker than they're thinking. And I think
they're
about this with
stupid.
like,
they're stunted.
yeah, well, I think stuntedness plays a role. Now, again, I don't think this eradicates any responsibility to the harm, you know, that's been dished out. So, like, again, none of this is like supporting the predator. All of it is, how do we avoid this in the future to protect people? Because look, it's not good that even in my family, yeah, we don't usually let the men watch the kids alone. Because in our extended family history, like, it is an uncle, right? It is a person that you thought you could trust, and
Well, that's
so
statistically what it is too.
right. And so we're very cautious about like who gets to watch the kids alone and like which siblings. And even the siblings know, like, as much as it hurts our feelings, and it does hurt our feelings, we have to consider that the kid's safety is above our feelings. And that's very
That's true,
painful.
but I think there's better ways to keep kids safe than like
Of course.
keeping them from like whole swaths of people. You know what I mean?
No,
Like,
of course there is, right? But the question is, are the parents or the people ready to do enough research and to start integrating that new change?
and
Because it's-
parent their children in a way that they have
Yes.
an open flow of
'Cause it's
communication, so
exhausting,
that
right?
if somebody is being inappropriate, they are actually communicating. Yeah.
Just make like do what we do with cops and like body cam, like on I think it's probably fine. Adult men with like very young children are probably fine, but once they're like teenagers, that's when the danger hits. But adult man with a teenage kid, put a body cam on him. You know what I mean? Like, okay, you can be with the kid, just, you know, you're being watched. You know, so.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like that feeling though, people get, like, I think the greatest honor is when someone trusts you with their kid. It's
Yeah.
like, thank you. It means like you really trust me for real. Like,
I know.
if-
I'm just saying. That would be emotionally like horrible for the man. I'm just saying for the sake
Sure.
of the kids.
No, for sure. And the priority is always supposed to be for the safety of the kids. But I think that's also that narration that we get told growing up is like, you know how women get to be victims, but do kids get to be victims? Like, do women get to be victims, or do kids get to be victims?
Kids
do
are the
little
most
girls?
oppressed people like in our society, like completely and totally and utterly. Yeah.
And how often are they getting invalidated? I mean, I cover parents after parents on my stream about them. Look at them invalidating. Look at them telling them their feelings don't matter. Like, parents are our environment. So then the question, I mean, again, I love my parents and they did really good for what they could do. But I think I saw this TikTok that made it like very solidified in my mind, which is, would you want your child to have your childhood? And it's like, maybe like parts, you know, like maybe like some parts, but no. And I think that's painful for my parents to hear. What do you mean? Like, that hurt my feelings. You don't think I was a good parent? And I was like, I think you did the greatest job you could have done. Which sounds like an insult, but it is the only thing we can ever do, myself included.
You got to be careful with reactionary parenting though, because I think people make different mistakes when they, you know, parent out of a reaction to how they were parented.
Oh, yeah. And you see those parents who literally try to relive their childhood through their kids. Well, that's not going to be helpful, is it?
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Again, it takes wisdom.
Yeah, it does take
With
wisdom.
humans,
yeah.
we just don't like, where do we go for that?
We have to just, I think that one of the most like human evolving social evolution things we can do is to somehow just get the fuck over it and get comfortable with criticizing people's parenting. And I think that will skyrocket us to the space. I think that'll
Watch out. If you do that, they might accuse you of having borderline.
That's really true. That's something that my parents, well, not my dad, but my mom and I are very okay with. Like, I asked her because I'm a parent too, and I'm like realizing, holy shit, I'm going to have to sit with my kid and all the trauma that I caused them someday.
Yep.
And I don't even know my own trauma. So I talked to my mom and I said, look, I think the best way that you can help me now that everything, my childhood's all water under the bridge. You love me. I love you. The most helpful thing that you can do is like sit with me in the pain that you caused me through how you raised me, and like be okay with me, like being open with you about the fact that you were a crappy parent. And she is, and she has been, like, and it is, like, I want to cry because it's very beautiful and a meaningful experience for me, because it's also teaching me how to do that with my son someday too. But yeah, I agree. We need to get over it. We need to be able to talk about our fucked up experiences as kids. And we need to be able to do it without like having to completely end these relationships too. Like, I think that can be just as painful to people. Like, if we can just allow ourselves to have these conversations, maybe we wouldn't have to end them.
Well, that's the thing. Like, so when you are not allowed to have that conversation, what you're doing is you're being forced to be in a certain manner of thinking. When I use a lot, you're being parentified. You have to be the parent. You're taking care of your parents' emotions because you're not allowed to say something that's going to make them upset. And really, what you're asking for is them to just fucking be a parent.
And then you have to take them off that pedestal and realize they're just you.
They're human.
Like, they're me. Imagine me having a baby. That's my mom. My mom was 30 when she had me. And by the time she was 35, she had like a few more. And so you just think about it and you're like, I can't even handle my cat. Like, just kidding. My partner does it. But like, I can't, imagine having like 6 kids running around at 35 or 40 or whatever it was. My mom had 10 kids by 40. 10. Like, you know what I mean? Like, and then you're moving through your own generational trauma.
Yeah.
She did the best she could, girl.
There's blame and not blame at the same time.
I don't want to even blame. I would argue, in my personal philosophy, I don't want to blame anyone. I just want to say it is what it was. Like, if we have a serial killer in society, I want to say, look, dude, I'm not going to change you, but I'm going to let you know that in this society, we're going to have a problem. So how would you like to mend and compromise this problem? And they're like, I want to kill 10 people a year. I'm like, okay, bet. Let's think of how to make this work. Well, how about 0 people a year?
Okay.
I mean, maybe blame's not the right word, but like, let's be honest about like, okay, you did this, and then now I have BPD.
Okay, you know what's funny is my parents would give me a space where, okay, you know those memes, have you seen them, where it's like playing video games in my room while my older sister has a breakdown with my parents? Like, that was my life. My brothers would play video games, and like, Brittany's yelling at mom and dad again, and I'd come through and I'd be like, this is why I'm fucked up, this is why I'm freaking out. This is like many years ago now, 15 years ago. I'm like sitting here yelling, and then I would sit there and I would crumble to the floor because I was so exhausted from yelling, and then my dad's like, how do you feel? And I was like, I feel tired now. And then we'd talk about it, and I'd be like, I'm annoyed that you won't validate my feelings. And they're like, well, we don't feel like we did anything wrong. And then we'd have that conversation for the next like 20 years, right? Just, and then finally my mom says, we could have done things better. And I was like, what? And she goes, we could have done things better. And my dad's like, of course, we made a lot of mistakes. And all my siblings and I were like this at the table, like, and I felt like right there in that moment, I was like, oh God, it happened. And that was like the best I could get out of immigrant parents, okay? And I am very happy with it, let me tell you. It's not an exact, perfect acknowledgement, but there is we did it wrong. We could have done some things better. And I'm like, okay. And that healed so much of that need for validation. And all of those negative feelings I had kind of just went away. Like, they just kind of like, okay, that's all I needed, bitch. Like, you could have done that 20 years ago and saved all of these breakdowns. But they couldn't, because they were on their own journey of realizing it. My mom went to counselors. My mom talked to priests. My dad and her would sit and counsel, like, did we do wrong as parents? They had to go through their own version till they met up with me. And then they were like, we could have done things different. And I was like, okay. And even now, they just announced to us big news. 2 things happened. This is amazing. My parents are in their mid-60s. 1, they put all the gay kids back in the will. Aww. Very big deal. Very big deal. Okay, so all the gay kids are now back in the will.
Happy
I love
Pride.
That. I know, and they're like, we're gonna give you guys all equal amount of everything, and you know what? All of our kids are our kids, and we love you all the same. And that was the wrong reason to take you out of the will. And I was like, I appreciate that, because that's, that was a big deal when it happened. And then 2, my dad invited my partner and I to stay in their guest bedroom, even though we're not Catholic married. My dad's like, well, it's your partner, it's your husband, it's official. You know what? You can stay with us. And my mom's like, you can stay with us, I guess. Big deal. Very big deal.
God.
Right? So, like, look, you want to talk about breaking generational curses? It is never going to be fully healed, but it's one step closer, and that's good enough. Yeah, but there's a lot of feelings in that. There was a lot of feelings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
Your
way
story
that
just
you
made me-
talk about these things, not that part in particular, that last part in particular, but a lot of the way you talk about these things, like when you're saying like not about blame and everything, I think that that nuance, it comes from the perspective because you were allowed to talk about these things even though they didn't like agree with you. But like if you're in a family where you're not allowed to even talk about these things at all, then there is no other thing but blame. Like because like there's no option given to you, you know?
Well, I did blame my parents for many years, right? Until I went to therapy.
Well, I mean, like because like the feeling of being parentified, like just talking.
You're right.
About
I don't
it
have
all,
that experience. You're right.
Just talking about it at all makes it feel like it's blame.
Yeah. No, I think to be fair, I do not have the parentified experience, and so I can't speak to that. But I know, like, even my chat is saying, like, oh, I envy how Brittany had the support from her parents. I have borderline, so just a reminder that, like, even when you have better parents than you had, I still ended up with shit I had to go to therapy for. So, like, the irony, right, is like I still developed a personality disorder over a relationship other people wish they had with their parents.
Well,
That's why I say medium traumatized.
You talk about it fairly rosily. So do you
well,
think
because
that,
I'm better.
Well, do you think that part of that is you being parentified and taking care of them?
No, because I am more. It's hard as a YouTuber. It's like if I tell people all that's present has been great for years. But then people are like, oh, you've never had damage with your parents. I'm like, oh, let me talk about borderline. And then I talk about that. They're like, oh, so your parents are still shitty. I'm like, no. So it's like, I try to transport myself back to the version of me that was sick, and then the version of me that was healed, and the version of me that's better with my family, because ultimately we are on this journey. And so like it's never about it. It just depends on which perspective of my journey you're asking me the question about, right? Like I'm just not the person I was in my 20s. My parents are not the people they were in their 50s. Like we changed. We became better people. Because we wanted to. That was the key thing. I will tell you, my parents wanted to change. My family tries their best to make a very big effort to change. But we believe in change. We believe in free will. My whole family believes in free will.
So, like, from my perspective, especially from my family, like a change like that, like, oh, you can be back in the will type thing, will only exist as a way to get me back under control.
Yeah, that means your parents haven't done their healing as individuals, right?
Yeah.
So I really do think that there's a certain type of like love that is like very privileged for people to experience as kids, you know?
Yeah.
I don't think everybody gets it.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
And I think it really makes a huge difference.
That's
yeah, I mean,
having like, yeah.
Go ahead, Rashad, please.
No, I mean, I was just gonna say, like, having like, it's like it's almost like a luck of the draw. Like having a level-headed parent that's just like, you know what, you're my kid, so like, no matter what happens, as long as you don't do anything too crazy, you're still welcome in the house. That was
like, after, right? Like people have to go. I didn't get that. I didn't get that my whole life until well, just now my parents called me last week and said, I put you all back in the will. So like keep in mind it's a journey for them as well. But I think you're right. Like depending on which parents you get, that's going to play a huge role. Arena, I know you've been trying to talk to, so Rashad, I didn't mean to cut you off, but did you finish your thought?
No. Yeah, no, yeah.
Okay. Arena?
Okay, I was going to say, I think that story that you said about your parents, I think ties into how we can primarily help ourselves, but also I think each other, is to observe and through the observations create your expectations, but also leave room for people to do something different. I think it's that balance. I think if you expect somebody to be trash, they're going to be trash through your perception, and also because that's all you've ever expected of them. So like, for example, if you never expect your kid to, I don't know, read Shakespeare or play a musical instrument, and you don't foster that in them, they're not going to do it, and you're going to be like, well, look at you being a fucking disappointment or whatever. But if you, I think through your observations, have your expectations, but also expect better and expect more of the people close to you. I think there's a balance of like what amount of flexibility and openness you ideally would have with a person, right? Like there's no reason for me to expect that a random person on the street is, you know, has all the best intentions for like my child or whatever, and like there's gonna be a different level of walls up with them versus with people closer. But I think with people in our own lives, not falling into always expecting a pattern from them, unless I guess it becomes pathological. But I think like having that, you know, openness for something different can put you at more peace as well.
All these things
Rashad
you
is-
guys.
I don't know if that makes any fucking sense.
Okay, hold on. Smeth, give me a second. Rashad has his hand up, and then Smith, and then we'll go in that order.
Well, I want Smith to say what he's going to say first because I was about to ask a different.
Mine's really
Okay.
brief. Mine's all the things that you guys are saying, like about like the having this trust, basically kind of describing like good faith towards your parents and everything. All these things, like, to me are just like, I don't trust that. I feel like it's part of a cycle of like love bombing, and then you go back into it, and then like I guess I just can't trust it.
Like the experience, or that your parents are the kind of people that you could have a good relationship
No, you can't
with?
trust that it's healthy.
Yeah.
Oh.
I can't trust that it's healthy because it seems like a parent like suddenly like doing the right thing, like
It's not suddenly.
but doing the right thing, like if they're doing the right thing because they want to have a better relationship with you, which is the bad situation, because like they need to do the right thing because they care about what is best for you. And
No, I
no.
disagree.
Okay,
They care
then,
what's
then,
best.
then I completely disagree with everything all of you are saying. Parents has to care about what is best for you, and they have to be doing it out of caring about what is best for you. At the point in which they are doing it because they want you to have a better relationship with them for them, then that means that that they're still parentifying you, and like, it's just about controlling you.
Okay,
Isn't
hold
usually
on.
like a mix of
I see
motivations
what you're
though?
saying.
Yeah, because like your
Like-
parents are individuals. They're you. And I want my parents to have the life I want for myself, which is an independent life within their values and morals. And I don't want them to I want them to do what's good for them and what's good for me, and I want us to meet where we can in that regard. And we both have a desire to see each other be joyful and healthy, whatever that means and the outcome looks like. It makes it sound like I just want to make sure you're not saying the parents need to prioritize you over themselves.
No, like, yeah, they absolutely do. So, for instance, like,
No,
so you
no,
know,
no,
let's
no,
hear
no.
me out, okay? Because you're not going to
Okay,
disagree
okay.
with me after this. There's no fucking way in hell you could possibly disagree with this. Like, so,
Okay,
like,
okay.
so the situation I'm describing is, like, I talk about my negative feelings, and they are there and listen to it without shutting me down and completely like collapsing me into like destroying my mental health for months because I talked about my negative feelings at all. And then in the times when they do allow it, it is brief and it's just so that they can get control over me because they want me to feel like, you know, they want me to they want to control my behavior, and they don't want me to act like a little asshole all the time. So they do that. It's never because they care about me. It like the reason that they should listen to your feelings is because they should be caring about you. I think that when you have a kid, you take on like a debt. You are in debt to them. You have to care about. You have to put them above yourself. There are times when you put the mask on yourself before you put it on others, like on the airplane and everything, because you have to be able to take care of yourself before you can take care of others. But I'm not saying that like this is a mutually exclusive scenario. I'm saying that the act of parenting has to be for me, not for them. They cannot be taking care of me for them. They have to be taking care of me for me.
Okay, wait. So you're saying, because I always say like parents have to care for their kids, but not at the expense of themselves, and vice versa. Like
Yes.
if boys, yeah. Okay, so we are. Okay, I agree with you that parenting as a job is about the kid, and your relationship outside of that is about yourselves as individuals. Because like I have a relationship with my parents as like their daughter. No matter how old I am, like they're still my mom and dad, and I call them to ask me like for help with paperwork, right? Like I still go to my parents for help because like they're my parents. But also I'm an adult. I'm 35 years old. So they see me both as an independent adult and as their daughter. And are you saying your parents, because like my parents, I know my parents love me, so I don't have to question that, right? Are you saying you're not sure if your parents love you?
Well, love. Well, here's the scenario. Okay, my grandma and my mom. Okay, so my grandma has had some like health problems and stuff, and my mom and my grandma were having like serious fighting, and they were not talking at all. This went on for like months, and then my grandma had another health problem, and because my uncle wouldn't move to come take care of her, now she's being nicer to my mom, and it's not because she wants to be a better mom at all. It's because she cares about herself. So she's not being a better mom by being nicer.
Yeah, so you come from a family of manipulators.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
That's what I was talking about when I
That's
said
really
that.
hard.
So a lot of your
has that.
language triggers me, not because you're wrong, but
yeah.
I can't
I get
trust
it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can't. I will say my parents are not manipulators. They're very autistically justice warriors, if anything, but they're not manipulators. Yeah. So we're dealing with different bubbles. Yeah. I'm really sorry, actually. That must be the hardest thing to have as a parent, as a manipulative parent.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fucking hard.
I have more to say about it, but I'm saving it.
Producer, you're part of the panel.
No. I have something. I'm working on something.
I believe in my mom's absolute death to self-love for her children. I believe it's real and authentic.
Yeah.
I was gonna switch the subject, but now it's so deep that I just
No, I mean, I
you know
feel
what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to be an asshole. You know what I mean? Because this is just like,
Do it.
I said my thing.
you know. Okay, just want to make sure because I don't want to kill a mood that everyone's vibing in. I was just gonna ask, what do you guys see in terms of men and women's processing of emotions now? What do you see is happening now, and what do you think is gonna happen in the future with all the Andrew Tate, Red Pill, just everything going on in pop culture now? What do you think is the emotional situation gonna be like?
It's
Irina?
tough for me. I feel incredibly lucky that the men that are around me, on an emotional level, I feel like we're on the same wavelength. The men in my life express their emotions about as much as I do, which isn't to say that it's a lot, but there's not a big difference that I'm noticing. They call their homies, they're always talking when they go on Discord on their little video games. There's differences in behavior and stuff like that, but as far as the emotional connections that they have with their friends is similar to the ones I have with mine. The emotional connections they have with their partners are similar to the ones I have in mine. So I wonder how unique of an experience that is, and also how much of what we are seeing as the Andrew Tate stuff and whatever, how much of that is mostly an online phenomenon versus a societal, a greater, I guess I want to say normie situation, and I do know that there have been teachers saying in schools that young boys will say misogynistic off the wall shit because they saw it on an Andrew Tate podcast or whatever, but I do wonder how truly widespread culturally it is, or if it's a situation where something starts out niche and then spreads itself and becomes moves the Overton window somewhere.
I got an anecdote that freaked me out. I was at work, and I'm a cashier, I'm loser, and I told some 18-year-olds that were working there, 18-year-old boys, this group of 4 18-year-old boys. I said I do a stream, and I complain about. I was trying to think of what do I do. I complain about women, and then when I said that, they were like, "Oh, based," and I was like, "Oh God, dude, what the fuck?"
I think
Maybe it was ironic humor.
No, I don't think it was.
It could have been that.
I don't think
But it
was.
could have been valid.
I don't know.
I think we're going to see a big divide in bubbles, right? I think we're already starting to see a major divide in whatever bubble you find yourself in, because we've got, on one hand, people who are doing very conscious, gentle parenting, and they're encouraging their children to be able to identify their emotions and talk about it and be, considerate, empathetic, moral people, regardless of gender. And then we also have these other bubbles that are getting very extreme in terms of like the Andrew Tate or the Fresh and Fit, like you can't ever cry, like you can't you can't ever talk about your emotions, like your girl doesn't want to hear that even, like you can't even talk to her about it, like so it just kind of is. I think we're gonna see much more extremes, which is a bummer in my opinion. I wish that there was more of a middle ground.
Isn't that always though with like changing culture? There's always like the two extremes.
True,
yeah. And then it's extreme and
down the road. Like yeah.
We're
That's
just
the
in that
pendulum swinging back and forth.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. You're totally right. So that's the point that I think that we're in right now, is we've got some extremes, and eventually it will come back together.
I don't know, man. I don't know. It's looking bleak, isn't it though? Because like, what's the? Because we know
it is bleak, but
it looked bleak only because as a young Gen Z, basically bot. Like I'm watching the way things are going. Like I one of the biggest things, like when I see people like, how do we deal with like the young men? And then I'm like, man, like as long as these like, it's a weird combination where it's like, as long as these guys don't ever actually like interact with a woman, they're fucked. Like so much of red pill ideology is dependent upon you never actually being in a romantic relationship. Like as long as you've never been in one, they can like almost completely get you. Whereas if you've been in one, they can only like infect you, and like it only gets like a certain part of you. Like
you're not buying into all of it.
Yeah, it's
thank
hard
God,
to buy into
my
all
9-year-old just got into a relationship, so thank God.
Yeah, but it's like
I think that Arena's right, totally, that we have like a pendulum swinging back and forth. I will say, obviously that's probably a tale as old as time, right? Things get more extreme and then less extreme. However, we are seeing for the first time in like human history a lot of changes in our dynamic as far as just, at least in Western cultures, women having access to like birth control and being able to control their reproductive rights and not being financially dependent on men in the same way. And that does change our gender dynamic more extremely than we've seen in other parts of human history.
Yeah, I will say, like, being on the internet. Oh, go ahead, Arena. Do you want to say something?
Oh, sorry. I was going to just quickly say that I do think that the advent of the internet is a unique, I mean, but any new technology is going to make a unique human experience. But what's interesting is, I think this was in a video that Brittany reviewed on a live stream about how in Gen Z, like there's nothing like the Beatles or Michael Jackson, and I don't think there ever will be again. There's like a bunch of niche things, very like
they like
specific,
broke
right?
the
like
mold.
Yeah, there's like the K-poppers are into the K-pop, the Chapel Roan people are into Chapel Roan, but it's not going to be like you go to a random village in Romania and you're like, have you heard of Chapel Roan? Probably not. If you say, have you heard of the Beatles? Probably yeah. So it's interesting that there's never, I don't think, with the way that
monoculture. Yeah.
I mean, even Michael, like I've heard there are kids who don't know who Michael is, and I grew up watching Michael music videos and Michael doing his like Chipmunks. You remember the Chipmunks on the VHS with like Will Smith and Michael Jackson? Like I realized like, oh, unless you show your kids these things, they won't know them. But you know who, I always say her last name very wrong, so I'm so sorry, but like Drew Alfonso or Alfozu or she's like a very well-known feminist on TikTok. She has like millions of followers, and she's very, like she's cute, but she has like an obnoxious laugh she does, and that's how people know who she is. Her misandry's out of pocket. It's too much, okay? Like it's just too much. Look, I like it sometimes, but her level of misandry is like, might as well be Fresh and Fit for girls, girl. Come on. Like there's something where I've noticed in the internet, we go to these extremes because we deal with the extremes every day and we get so fucking burnt out. Like one of the reasons I don't review Fresh and Fit every chance I get is because I burn out on the negativity, and then it makes me more of a misandrist. And I don't actually want to be a misandrist. It's like fun to joke like, oh yeah, misandry is like my thing I'm working on. I love a little misogyny, but not real misogyny, like not for real, guys. So when I see even women fall into this trap of like deep rooted misandry, I'm like, oh, you need to get off the internet. And you need to remember, like, there's a whole group of people that are still dealing with the very basic, what I call the most superficial level of extrospection, which is like stereotyping. Like, there are people who are still learning how to deconstruct stereotyping, which is the most basic way to pattern recognize, like most basic way to say, I've noticed a pattern in nature. And I'm like, great, deconstruct that. And so, like, I feel like the normies, the centrists, whatever you want to call them, they're deconstructing stereotyping. Well, everyone on the internet is so past that, but then we've looped back around to just, like, so extreme that I'm like, oh, we're, like, forgetting that misandry is actually bad. Like, I know we joke about misandry, but, like, you actually don't want to be a misandrist. That's, like, huge bias and prejudice issues, and you're going to end up hurting a lot of little boys in that process. So, like, you need to be very careful, which is why I think, and I stand by this, that gender is ruining everything, and we should focus less on gender and more on individuals' relationship with gender, and how playing to the best strength of the individual is going to be the key. And then those individuals can, like, coordinate in groups. Because, like, I don't know if you've been watching the little white nationalist KKK people with their, like, little flags recently protesting, but if I see one more video of 30 men coming out of a U-Haul, all dressed the same, looking crazy, I'm just sitting here like, is this the men of America, bro? It's like 100 guys, but I'm like, come on. And those men are fathers, and they are uncles, and they're absolutely teaching those little boys how to be men in this particular way.
They brag about being breeders. They brag about how many kids...
And patriots, they're using patriotism to say we are the truth. They're asking for nationalism. They're talking about an ethno state. They're talking about all these words that I'm like, bro. Oh, they're even talking about interracial marriage being a state's issue. And I'm like, let's focus, people. But they can't, because I think the internet is probably adding to fuel to the fire of that alienation. But yeah, I think we're probably gonna have it hard for a bit, and then it will just be what it is, another cycle in history.
Yeah, and then society will rebel against that, and maybe we'll find connection.
And it will go up and it will never. It's linear on the macro, but it's never linear in our lives. It always feels like this. Like, I just did all this work. Why are we going back? Why are we talking about reproductive rights? Why are we talking about gay rights? Why are we talking about interracial marriage? And it's because that's just how it goes. That's just how it goes. But I do think a lot of parents are burnt out from parenting and jobs and the economy, and I don't think they have the time to be with their kids. And I think that's playing a role.
That's what I wanted to add. I think the biggest difference, I think if the type of ideal parenting, like, say we could all mush our brains together and we actually all agreed on what the ideal parenting would be, it probably would take a lot more time than most people have and are willing to do. And
Agree.
So that I think is the big issue.
I think that's a major issue. And then obviously compounding that is the fact that, like, we're in a situation now where you generally need to have 2 incomes in order to support a family in any kind of really comfortable way. And so it makes it much harder for people to devote the time that they want, because they're also having to earn money for said family. And it's a cycle that is really difficult.
Oh, I think the number one reason I meet for most people who aren't ready to have kids is finances. And even when my partner and I decided not to have biological kids, it wasn't just like one decision we made. It was like, here are the tally of information, here's the data we have, here's the conclusion. And one data point of that was finances. And what does the economy look like? And what does our life look like if we have kids? Because right now, if we struggle paycheck to paycheck or have to eat beans and rice, who the fuck cares? We're adults. But, like, to put that burden on a child, or to make that child feel like mom and dad don't have money, like, I'm not interested in raising my kid in poverty. And I just think that's really unfair to that kid as a very privileged person who can afford birth control and decide not to have that baby. But I think that that's absolutely something that's playing a role in this, is the economy is burning people the fuck out. My mom was able to stay at home. My dad made about, let's say, $100K with 10 kids, and we managed, but my mom was able to stay home. That's a big deal. She's back to work now, Avi. The kids are grown. But, like, she was at home. I never was without a parent. And my dad owned his own business, so when I needed him, I could call him and be like, come home, I'm sick. Come home, I need you. And he would come home for like 30, 20 minutes, whatever, see his kids and go home. And he was always home every night and always spent time with us on the weekends. He was like, my parents made sure certain things we could rely on. And to be able to rely on that is a very big deal. Yeah,
creating that consistency and that stability, I think, is really important. And then being able to know how to just trust and not be fearful. Or
it's very hard to do in our culture, though. I don't think that our culture supports proper parenting.
No way,
At
dude.
all.
Not with this. No way. The way the economy is going. No way. I just saw this guy at Trader Joe's. His bill was like
Capitalism is like
$500.
anti-family.
It is anti-family. That's the problem, right? It's like, what did we do wrong? And I think honestly, America, and this is maybe YouTube brain, but I am so sick of not being able to trust anybody. I can't even trust a reviewer of a product at Amazon. I'm like, oh my God, can somebody just tell me the truth?
That sucks. Oh my God.
You
Yeah.
This
you
light,
can't trust products. You can't. Ooh,
this
yeah.
light does not sync. I got E-lights and I use them and I set up my lighting, and one of my lights is not synced anymore to the thing, and like trying to find a fucking thing to tell me how to sync it back is just so annoying, and it's like, oh my God, this is gonna take me 40 minutes to do.
Yep. Shit
It's like that, there's
work. It's all cheap crap.
Yeah,
and
the
we're working our
reliability is
asses
down.
off. Yeah.
I just feel like the reliability is not, and that's so frustrating as a village and as an individual. Like, I can't even rely on people. Like, I'm so sorry.
Everyone is stressed and dysregulated, and so we're all in like
and maybe
Survival mode.
danger
Yeah.
mode. Yeah,
Yes.
when we see each other.
yes.
Yeah.
Can I say like go ahead.
And then we there's like a more of an incentive or like a need to teach, like especially like young boys, like you gotta like toughen up, you gotta work harder, because if you want to have kids you're gonna have to work hard, so it like kind of reinforces itself.
Yeah, yeah. And then you know what really turned me off? Like, this is so stupid, but I was like, society's doomed. We're cooked. And it was people stealing packages from front doors. You watch like 10 of those videos and you're like, we're cooked. You can't even trust your neighbors not to steal from you. Like, I grew up in a neighborhood where like your neighbors took your mail in and watched it for you, or you could call your neighbor and be like, yo, can you grab my package for me, bro? They'd be like, for sure, I got you. Or like they would watch, if somebody came, like I was watching a beach video, guys, a beach, the most sacred space in all of the world, the beach. And the people had their tent set up, and this family came in and took over their tent, sat at their spot, and I'm like, what's happening? And I was like, no. I was like, beach culture down the tube, we're cooked. That's it.
Well, yeah,
We're done.
because when
That's the
people
breaking
get more
point.
anxious and they get more desperate, that's when crime happens more too.
Oh, and it's
For
funny.
sure.
It's funny how much. Oh my God, this is like kind of like so meandering, but it's like good in combo. But like it's so weird and funny and upsetting how much TikTok and stuff content is just about people going into public and breaking social norms like really loudly, and like you just go into Walmart and start screaming rape or something, and then everybody's like, "What the? Are you okay? What is going on?" And then just like, "Haha, gotcha."
I think that's a really terrible behavior to encourage, and I personally do not like watch or participate. I don't even have TikTok. Like, I mean, obviously it's bigger than just TikTok, but like, I think it's irresponsible of all of us as a society to encourage and celebrate that type of behavior.
I do wonder, like, to what extent, because have you seen the gnome talk? Like, that guy that dresses as a gnome wizard with the green cape? And he walks into, like, an H&M and waves around a little, like, fishnet. Like, he's not hurting anybody, but he's also really annoying the employees at H&M.
I don't get it.
And there's, like, a whole culture around the gnomes.
The gnome.
Knights.
I don't get that. Okay, that one pisses me off. Okay, because like I get a lot of the other shit. Like I get some of this shit. Like you walk into a Dunkin' Donuts and you steal one of the whole like things of donuts and you walk out. Like okay, I that's so shitty and like but the people. But I get why this is like so appalling. But the gnome is it's not even. It's just I don't get it. Am I just old? I don't get what is the entertainment of this gnome guy?
You know, I wonder if it's about safety though, like not making people feel safe near you. Like you're not signaling safety. I saw this video of a shooting where I was watching different people at the mall react, and these two young parents, they watch these kids run through the mall, and every part of you is like, no big deal. But something in these parents' brain went, no, this is bad. And they ran off before everybody else. It's like they knew more than anybody else, like something's wrong in the way they're running. And it was true. The kids were running and the gunman came through and like people didn't know what to do. And I was thinking like, why were they more aware? And it's probably because they figured like it could happen. They could happen.
They have trauma, specific trauma
they probably
that
have
alerted them.
They probably have trauma.
That's why we think that way. Yeah.
And I'm like, we need to signal to each other like we're safe. It's like, that's why I felt so bad about the kid. Like when I looked at the kid in Croatia and I was like waving to the kid, and I felt so bad because I was like, oh no, I'm doing the thing. But these people are doing it on purpose, which is even weirder. I'm like, why are you on purpose signaling that you're not safe for your neighbors? Like, don't you want your neighbors to feel safe with you in the
neighborhood?
Did I
thought it was me for a second, but God
yeah,
did.
okay, no.
I'm all good.
Oh no.
Oh no.
I'm betting it's the router
Brittany!
reset.
Yeah, router reset. would be my guess. But yeah.
Where do y'all see this stuff on TikTok?
Yeah. Oh my God. No,
I
I don't
don't
even
know.
use TikTok. But YouTube has become like TikTok. But you know what? Like the YouTube Shorts and everything. But so my recommended YouTube Shorts are all like, they're all like Asian cheerleaders. Okay, and so they give me all this trash. But the saving grace, because I don't want to just. I know I like it, but I don't want to just be fed that trash. But the saving grace is when I click on one and then it goes to the next one. Autoplay. The autoplay is. They'll give me random crap to see what works, and so it's not quite like TikTok. It's not quite as bad.
How do you
Hello, you're back.
My router
We all thought we
reset.
froze.
That's what they said
That
happened.
was
They were
what
like,
everyone
router
guessed.
reset.
Yeah, my router does that. It's such a bitch.
Yeah.
Anyways, what you guys weren't on stream, right, for that time? So it was just like nothing was happening for stream because I'm the one controlling
Oh.
stream.
I was saying.
So my stream
Probably.
disconnected. Yeah, my stream
I was
disconnected
probably
too.
on stream.
Yeah.
I was saying that YouTube Shorts are becoming like TikTok, except all my recommendations are like trash that I like. Of course, I'm gonna be looking at like Asian cheerleaders. Like I get tons of these Asian cheerleaders constantly. But when I click on one, the autoplay doesn't recommend me the crap that I want. It recommends me a bunch of random stuff to see what sticks. It just recommends me popular stuff. So it's not quite as bad as TikTok, where it's really just like going straight into your lizard brain and which always
The
devolves.
TikTok algorithm is better, like more attuned at
But
least.
I like
better,
that
meaning more effective. I
yeah,
guess.
yeah. I like that the YouTube one is less effective. It really saves my soul because I would be looking at so much worse crap.
You'd be stuck
Oh, no.
all the time then.
Instagram
Yeah.
Reels has me in a chokehold. The Instagram Reels have figured me out.
They know exactly what you like.
TikTok
Yeah.
knew I was autistic before I did.
Damn. The TikTok algorithm really feels like something totally different than what we've seen before in other
I love
social
it.
media sites.
Yeah.
I'm such a fan. I'm such a fan of it. I love it. It just hits me so good. It gives me what I
don't
want.
want
YouTube Shorts I
any of
haven't
it,
gotten
though.
to. Wait, what?
I don't watch I don't watch TikTok. I don't
Good.
watch.
Keep your brain pure.
Yeah, I don't watch.
I'm
YouTube
kind of
shows.
afraid
I
of
have
TikTok
people-
myself. Like,
TikTok and Twitter are the two most demonic apps I've ever just touched. Like I just sometimes I'm like I'll be on I don't tweet at all, and it's just I know why. Like I see it's addicting once you have the audience too, and it's just a dark space. Like I don't follow any white nationalists, I swear to God, but I can't scroll on my feed without someone being like, I'm not even gonna repeat what I see. But you guys know what I'm trying to say.
yeah.
It's just okay, well, since I can't even have the algorithm work in my favor, I'm just gonna close this app. So when y'all mention people walking around with nets in their hand in the store and all that, I'm like, what are they talking
That
about?
one's so benign,
I'm on
though.
Earth.
But no,
I don't know where y'all.
The Twitter algo, dude. The Twitter algo is by far the worst because the Twitter algo feeds me fucking people beating the shit out of each other. It feeds me
that's-
extreme violence and
Twitter is
gore and people
awful.
jumping out of windows because they're on drugs, crazy crap. I don't
I have, I guess, put in a lot of controls and things around what Twitter actually shows me because I usually just see sexy ladies and
Yeah, I
other
was
sex
gonna say,
workers
I was
I was gonna
online.
say I get OnlyFans models. Yeah, I get OnlyFans models.
Work
And
Twitter is
politics.
okay.
Yeah.
But now that they're doing the For You page and the following page on Twitter, it's just
And I only have Twitter on my desktop. I don't have it on my phone anymore. But TikTok I have a pretty good relationship with, and then YouTube Shorts I can't get into at all. I just don't like it at all. But that's interesting that people my TikTok is just plants, cats, autists, and just things I like. Also, I can just change it in 2 seconds. I'm like, oh, don't like this, and then I'll scroll, and all of a sudden it's changed, and I kind of do
too
appreciate
many
that.
ads.
Well, that's because
Yeah,
that's the
plus-
problem. That's the problem because I so I used to way I fixed my Twitter feed thing and whatever. Twitter sucks anyways. I shouldn't be using it. But the way I fixed it is I would look at fight videos sometimes, and then I would look at fight videos, and then I would get recommended a baby getting torn by a bunch of stray dogs. I saw that and I was like, what? I need to change this because I don't want to be seeing being fed crap like that.
I hear Twitter's wild that way though. I will say though, I get the best tea from Twitter. I'll just log on to Twitter and it's T, and I'm like, I don't know what's happening, but I'm here. I'm a tea whore, guys. I love the drama. I'm never gonna be in it, I swear to God, but I want to know everything.
You'll be in it.
Stop. I'm trying to avoid it. I'm detoxing.
When you guys are like scrolling and shit, what's your like default thought? Like, because I know like the topic was like how men and women process emotions. So like I notice like when I'm doing mundane tasks, like I'll have like you kind of like return to your almost like, what is your constant state? Like your home state. So like maybe you think you're like maybe you think positive things, negative things, whatever. Like what's your like when you're just scrolling, what's your default state of mind?
Okay, that is really interesting because when I'm scrolling, I'm always like, what am I avoiding? What am I avoiding? And I'll do it for an hour. Sometimes I'm like, what am I? Oh yeah, I'm avoiding this. What else could I be avoiding? Why am I doing this the whole time?
I just look to be entertained.
That's fair.
I wish I could just do that.
Do you give yourself, if it's entertainment, do you give yourself like a certain amount of time you're allowed to be entertained by TikTok?
Yes. Yeah, no. I check the time, so on the weekends I have an hour of scrolling through Reels, and then I gotta get up and do my thing.
Yeah, I noticed. Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say sometimes my little autopilot brain takes over. Like if I'm bored, I'll just like check my phone and start scrolling through Reels. And I'm like, no. And so I've started putting my phone like in another room while I'm actually trying to focus on something, and that way it's harder for me to get to my phone and get distracted. So that's been helping. I
was gonna say on TikToks, I noticed like if it's Reels on Instagram or TikTok, I can't actually do much with that because it's so like it's so short. So I will say that I watch a lot of long form content. I'm always got a podcast on or something other than that hour a day I give myself of silence. But I love TikToks like in the morning if I'm zoning or at night. Like, and usually we save TikToks throughout the day to show each other at night. So it's also our little like bonding time at night. I'm like, I save TikToks for us, and it's like we watch it and then we have discussions like into the night about those TikToks, or I use them for work, of course. I'm always thinking about work. That's also true too. So like even when I'm relaxing, like work's always in the back of my brain. Yeah. So that silent moment, the moment I don't have any technology or no podcast on, that's about the only time during my day when I'm not actively thinking about work. And usually I just end up working out, or I go outside and like sunbathe or something with Indiana. Like I'm doing something that isn't directly correlated to work, but of course your brain's always going. But I will say, like, I love my phone, and I love technology, and I love the internet, and I love podcasts, and I love audiobooks, and I love technology so much. And I think I don't know if it's just because I'm neurodivergent, but I love listening to a podcast while I edit. I love watching 2 live streams at once. I love having information come my way, and I just feel so lucky that I get to do that.
Do you ever think about this conversation? Like, oh my God, I bet somebody watching is thinking like, oh, old people talk about technology. But do you guys ever do you guys ever feel like weird about how funny like TikToks are and stuff? Like I like people are just like, it trains people to be funny. Like people are just so funny now. Like how can so many people be so funny? It's like, it's crazy.
No, I just think
people are funny.
Yeah, I mean, I think the internet, like TikTok and Twitter, is the wrong people and the right people finally being able to say some shit. Like in the 2000s, like if you were a piece of shit, there was no hope for you. You were sequestered where you belonged with no microphone and no camera. Now all the worst of our species can access everyone, and it's just, you see the results, bro. Like the internet's the
more
worst,
of a
best thing to
spectacle
ever
you
happen.
are, the more views you get.
Yeah, it's the worst best thing to ever happen. Like it's like, okay, here's our best and here's our worst, here's our funniest, here's our coolest, and everyone can now like post shit. And that's part of the reason why I don't even, because I can just compartmentalize, okay, you're just you should not, no one should see you. So I just like X that one out. Like I don't know. Like when y'all talk about TikTok and stuff, like I can scroll for about maybe 10 seconds. Okay, that's not true. 30. I can do 30. I can do video games for 30 minutes, and I can do TikTok for 30 seconds, and then I have to shut it off. I don't know. Like,
yeah,
I don't know. Y'all are way more...
Don't look at TikTok when you're horny, though. That's when it'll get you. I'm not even kidding. Like, no, you like the pretty. We are women here. We're just talking about looking at pretty girls on TikTok and stuff. Okay, like look, like.
Okay, true.
TikTok. I don't. It's the comment section is my issue with TikTok, and then on top of that, like it's late Gen Z. And I just despise them. They're
so specific. See, I see it as a time capsule, like an opportunity to see a generation that I'm not. But Oh, bro, wait, what did they say the other day? My brain was like melting. I was like, oh, they have no clue. Like, that's what is so beautiful as a millennial to see the comments on TikTok because it's so specific. But I will say, Smeth, I do like queer thirst traps, but women only. If I see any men, I block them. Male thirst traps confuse me. I don't know what to do with that.
I only follow
male
scantily
thirst
clad
traps.
women. Or some queer scantily clad men.
True.
That's acceptable as well.
True.
Or
Also,
non-binary.
I do block the fuck out of people on TikTok. I will say the moment I see a TikTok from you and I'm like, no, I don't want you on my feed, I do love the block button on TikTok. No hate, just like my preferences. Like I'm trying to keep you out of my algorithm, you know?
You're not sexy enough anymore. You're not.
Look, I like plant videos, okay? I like plant videos and dog videos. Dog videos are the best. Or bear videos.
Very firm boundaries.
Do y'all use any videos for like I have my DJ Khaled, you the best, you the greatest little playlist and stuff like that. Like, you know, I have my videos where I'm like, this is for positive only. This is for like, you know what I mean? Like, y'all have videos where you
special interests. Like,
I do that with music. I do that with music.
Yeah,
I try to make sure that if I listen to music first thing in the morning, I try to make sure it's a really happy. Because if I listen to something dark or like angsty in the first thing in the morning, it ruins my whole day.
Oh yeah, my music is separated by feeling and emotion for sure. And if you, for some reason, end up with the wrong playlist on at the wrong time, like everything's off. It's a mess.
Yeah, I can completely manipulate my salience landscape with music. Yeah.
I started watching Shark Tank to motivate myself.
Oh, I love Shark Tank. I love Shark Tank.
Good job. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Oh.
I was gonna say though, to bring it back to feelings and emotions. I was reading this marketing book and it talked about how often if you're trying to sell something, you're trying to sell it to someone who you think needs it, who you see needs it. But it made the point of like, there were these two little creatures and they traveled together and one of them had dirt on his face and the other one didn't. And they asked, the reader to consider, hey, who do you think you should sell the towel to? And as the reader, you might think, oh, the one with dirt on his face. And then they make the point, oh, we traveled together. And actually, you should give it to the one with the clean face because we're looking at each other. He sees dirty face. He sees the dirty one with the dirty face sees a clean face. And so you got to think of what is the consumer perceiving and feeling.
Interesting.
And it is interesting how marketing and sales tactics really do play on our emotions. I mean, even Facebook will. There's like this knowledge that your reaction, so there used to be just like, and now it's like, care, heart, or love, angry, and sad, and wow. And there's a ranking to how much Facebook will push your posts depending on the type of reaction that people indicate. Like is the worst, your post won't get pushed. Angry is good. Sad, I think, is bad too. Heart is like neutral. Care is like neutral. But angry is the one that
gets the most
push.
Wow.
Shut up.
That is.
That makes sense.
That's
a lot of like drama content.
They need to make They need to make laws to protect society. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but we're still figuring that out.
That's what laws are supposed to do.
I know, but it's just
so
protect our brains, like because this is dangerous. This is scary to me.
No, it's literally so human though. Like adulting is like high school with money because my video tomorrow is all about Greg Doucette and the fitness bubble. And let me tell you, deep diving into the fitness bubble is the most insane amount of drama I have ever like seen in my life. Where I was like, I can't escape it. It's everywhere. And I'm like, okay, this is just humans. We love to gossip. We love to talk shit. We love to have battles. And the way the negativity is like Greg's whole marketing strategy is so interesting. And like, he's kind of right, but kind of wrong. Like, funny enough, the guys he's competing with are more optimistic and happy, but they're also kind of more slimy because they're kind of hiding the negative feelings they have, which conveys some sort of a dishonesty to like a neurodivergent brain, but to a neurotypical brain says, this is how they are all the time. And then Greg says, this is not how they are all the time. And I'm like, yeah, I know that. But like the audience needs to think they are this way all the time. And so like that's the part of the marketing that is so funny where like his marketing is less. They're all, by the way, millions of subscribers. So okay, everybody relax. but his marketing is doing less, but keeping him within the talked about bubble because he's so negative and honest. But then he's not doing as well as the other guys who are optimistic but kind of lying. But the lying makes better sense for brand. Like, do you get what I'm saying? Like, it's so interesting.
Yeah.
And I'm like amazed at it, but he makes me feel bad. When I watch Greg just said it makes me want to die. He's so negative and it makes me want to cry. But then if I get like 10, 15, 20 videos in, I'm like, oh, I kind of like him better. And then I'm like, and then he goes back to red pilling and I hate him again. And I'm like, oh, it feels
like
weird.
Greg, but his Instagram right now confuses me.
Oh my God.
I do like his like YouTube videos, but then his Instagram's been really weird, where he just like reposts other people's stuff and then like says something provocative in the caption. Like, do you agree?
He's all
you know
about
how
the
old
clickbait.
heads, you know how old heads do on social media. They don't post about themselves. They just like
Bro.
rant about shit or like conspiracy theory. Like at a certain like 40,
Yeah.
like 50, like they don't use the app for what it's for. They're like, let me tell you about how I feel outside of Twitter. Like, whoa, like wrong app.
He
dude.
had a different, I feel like, Instagram presence prior to like, I feel like his new Instagram weird reposting other people's stuff and being provocative is like the past 6 months. But I don't, and I've been following
my
him
video
for,
will
like,
cover
a couple
this.
years.
My video will
Yeah.
cover this. He talks about it in length in all the interviews because that's what he's now known for. You make people feel bad about themselves. That's your new branding. He goes, well, I'm just telling the truth. I'm just telling the truth. And I'm like, I'm gonna, bro. So that's the question, is like that feeling we get. Like, even I think about it as a content creator. How do I want my audience to feel? I want them to feel like they learned something, that they feel better, that they feel like more ready for the day tomorrow. I do want them to feel better about themselves after they leave my stream. And that's really difficult when you're doing drama. When I was doing drama, a lot more like my own personal shit was drama. First of all, my audience mostly fell off. People didn't like it because I am primarily women. Women don't like it. My male audience grows if I talk about drama. My female audience depletes. If I don't talk about drama and I talk about self-awareness and introspection, my female audience grows and they stay longer. Men are dramatic on the internet and they don't want to admit it, but they are the ones who are not touching grass, who do not go outside, and they sit in their mother's basements and they're all too busy causing drama. That's what I discovered about my own like analytics, and I didn't think it was true, but damn, I'm shocked.
And that's the
Yeah,
other
numbers
thing.
don't
The internet
lie.
so gets us into like these weird feedback loops that just have, I don't know. We'll see where they go. You know,
You know
the
what's,
way that
you know what's my
I don't
worst?
know, content feeds into itself.
Okay, look, are we like wrapping up soon? Like I feel like we're kind of like
Probably.
Yeah.
We've
Okay.
been here a while.
a random thought like along these lines. My least favorite dynamic of like a panel or a podcast, like I'm sure you guys have seen this. I don't know what you guys think, but there will be like one girl and like 4 guys, and like she's just some random like young girl, and she's like just normal random girl, and they're like all like, some of them will be like a lot older, and they're all like going all out desperate for her attention, and that's like the show. There's so much of that. It's awful.
Yeah, there's a couple girls that I keep track of. I'm like, oh, they're the new girl right now.
Yeah.
And they'll be the only girl on the panel. And I'm like, oh, let's see what she does with her career, because I know how tempting it is to like say like, oh, my career is growing. Your career is going to stay in a puddle of these loser guys who use you to either neg or whatever they're doing, proving that men are superior to you. It's like so exhausting. But yeah, I've seen a few of those panels.
Well, I feel like for the viewer, it must just be like you're watching. Like it's my life couldn't. I saw someone else say this, but it's basically like watching My Life Could Be Worse content. It's like, you know.
Yeah. Actually, that's what finance content is on YouTube. It's like Caleb Hammer. It's like, well, at least I'm not as stupid as these people. And you feel better about yourself because you're like, look how dumb they are with money. But like, I feel better. I'm like, girl, you $50,000 in debt too. And it's like, yeah, but at least I'm not $100,000 in debt. And it's like, yeah, I get, comparison is the thief of joy. Sometimes within reason can help you know you've grown, but also a lot of the content people consume is like, at least I'm not doing as bad as them. And I think that's tells you a lot about where you are in life. Not as a society, just where you are in life. Genevieve, was your hand up?
Yeah, I do hate to do this. It's a bit abrupt, but I just realized what time we're at, and I have to get myself ready for work tonight still. So I've got to depart.
Wait, before you leave though, okay, put up your nails. Okay, your pink nails, my pink hair, my purple chair, your purple shirt. It has been like, it's all I can see all stream. It's like we matched without meaning to match.
We didn't even mean to. I just noticed that. That's so cute.
I love it. I love it. All right, girly. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it, guys.
Thank you
follow
guys so
Jen
much.
There's a
on
panel
Twitter. I'll
about
put your
how
links.
men are emotional. You guys seem to how you seem to make it.
Bye, Jen.
Bye, you guys. Have a great night. I'll see you next month.
Yep. See you next month. It is like 1:30 a.m. here, so like I'm definitely coming to that point myself. But did we have any last minute thoughts? Anything on our mind that we really want to talk about? It's been a really great panel, by the way. Audience has loved it. I've really liked it, and I appreciate you being here.
Yeah, no, I'm good.
I'm chilling. I don't know. I mean, y'all.
I feel like
y'all
my
are
thoughts
lovely.
were very all over the place this stream. But it was fun.
Arena, I see you unmuted
I will
yourself.
say I agree with what you said, Brittany, about it can really indicate where you are at in life depending on how you consume, with what perception you consume certain content. And if it is like, oh, at least I'm not these people, versus having compassion or being sad for them that they are in that bad situation, and then also watching content of people who are better than you. I love watching calisthenics content, and I'm like, oh, I can't even do a push-up, but like I'm working towards it. I'm like, I love watching calisthenics content. I love watching like outdoor climbers doing crazy shit. So I think if you can confidently and like watch people who are better than you, that probably indicates, like, not with envy. There's like a difference, like following, like a bunch of supermodels and whatever and wishing you were them, versus just being like, oh, like this is what I can improve in my life. These are the steps I'm going to take. And then,
Internet dad,
even like a
internet
version
mom.
or a layer of compersion on top of that. It's like, if you can look at a couple that's happy and be like, yo, that's so beautiful, bro, compared to being like, why does she even pick him? And like, why does she even, like, girl, like, learn to be happy for people's successes and their happies. Now, I will say, obviously, it's always difficult to be happy for people that are living a life that you think is immoral. But ultimately, like, know the difference as well. Know the difference between being like jealous and envious, and then being like a person who's just going through feelings. Like, I think, Smeth, you said it earlier, and I just want to say it out loud in case I kind of didn't. I don't think it's wrong to be jealous. I don't think it's wrong to have any emotion. I think it is probably a bad decision to not be introspective about that emotion, and to not think, how do I have the healthier version of this? Because jealousy especially is rooted in fear and loss, and I think it's pretty normal for people to feel jealous. I would say envy is probably far worse than jealousy could ever be. Like, envy is the one that makes me question people, and they end up being manipulative. Like, I want what you have. Envy is what makes you go after people in a way that I think is like the opposite of what Arena just said, which is like, it's like a negative output of like entitlement. I don't like it.
Yeah, well, then you have people that stoke envy, and that's their content. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, like, when you guys
Your feedback loops, man.
Yeah, I mean, I was just listening to you guys talk about like how you feel when you look at pieces of content, and that was one thing that I was also like working on, is like seeing people have things that I want, and I would like test myself. I'd be like, okay, what's the first thing you feel? Not what you would like to feel, not what you want to be. Be honest, like, what's the first thing you feel watching it? And I realized, although I don't sit or stew in jealousy or envy, I noticed that there was like this immediate reaction of, you can't have that. Not like I wanted it, give it to, like, more like, you can't have that. And I was like, oh shit. Like, that's my base feeling. Like, there's like this, you have your like state, you have your conscious state, but then you have that subconscious little like reaction to something that you see. And I've always been like, okay, that's whether I like it or not. That's like a deeper, I feel like that's the me more so than the surface. I feel like the subconscious one is the actual you. And I noticed, like, okay, like, I can kind of figure out how I feel about myself by using social media, by just looking at other people have what I want, and then figure out, like, what do I feel? And that's telling me a lot about what's going on under the surface, because sometimes it's kind of hard to tell what's going on under the surface. But social media has a really cool way of kind of like hooking things inside and just dragging it out. So I thought that was really interesting.
Really cool if you can use it that way.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, relatable. Yeah. I mean, even our algorithms alone tell me like what I've been thinking about lately, even if I forget, like, oh yeah, this is like, I've been staying on these videos longer, which means they're giving me more of them. And I'm like, oh, I must be thinking about this thing. Like, that's really interesting. And sometimes I do have a thought of like, I wonder if I'll ever get there. And that's like an attachment. That tells me I'm not practicing like my sense of like holding on to attachment, where I'm like, why am I worried about the outcome? when I'm like, I'm not responsible for the outcome. I'm only responsible for the present, and like whatever is. And it's like this idea, but I think I'm still, there's always that 25-year-old Brittany that's in her brain that's like, we're going to be a millionaire by 25. Girl, you 35, not even close. Okay? Like, relax. But there is that 25-year-old Brittany that lives in my brain sometimes, and she's just like, did we make it? And I'm like, make what? Like,
have you ever thought about going back to that state of mind of like, I'm going to have this, or maybe even I have it and it's just gonna come later, or just like, have you ever like just thought about going back to that state of mind of like, I can just do it, I can do it all, fuck it all, like I've got it figured out, it's gonna happen.
Well, I always tell
about, like, going back?
Sometimes I talk to my 25-year-old self. I was like, girl, I know you thought you were gonna get at 25, but it's actually more like 45. Because I do kind of think my destiny is like in my 40s. Because I feel like if you looked at the trajectory of my career and how much I'm making now, then like realistically, if it only goes uphill from here, then like 45 is going to be fire. You know what I mean?
Is there any part of you that pushes that date further back because you feel like it's more realistic or possible? Or is it divorced from any sort of like, I can't do it that soon, let me push it further?
I think I'm trying not to. I used to like fake it till I made it. And I think that was really, really good for me at some point. But now I try to look at like realistic data and try to play the game, because it is a game I'm playing, right? I'm playing like a marketing game and like a longevity game and a business game. And I'm like, well, businesses fail at this rate. This is what I'm doing. Here's how much work I'm putting into my business. Here's the trajectory. And I'm just trying to make a really good guess. I'm not even sure it's like 45, could be 42, could be 48. But I think 43, 45 is probably when I'll reach like this height of like security in my career and like because like keep in mind for me, I'm like Vera Wang was 50 when she made a dress. I'm good. I'm chilling. Instead of rushing myself.
Someone in my chat just said 25-year-old Brittany trying cigars, watching Rush Limbaugh, all while with a drastic haircut. That was a time. Is that like a thing? Is that true?
Yeah, that was past Brittany. Past Brittany used to be very different. Well, I've been a lot of people. Yeah, good times.
So does anyone else like have that? Like any like your outlook on where you want to go or what you want to be, or your limits on that, or your perceived limits?
I believe that like I went through a period of like, and I still struggle with this in different ways. I definitely still struggle with this in different ways. It's I think it has to do with guilt. I think the feeling behind that is guilt. And I used to do something like I would hear a song that I really love, and I would turn it off because I'm not allowed to love. I'm not allowed to feel that now. I need to feel that later when I deserve it or something. And if only I could just. I could be everything I wanted to be if I just give up on some bullshit thing of becoming.
I get that.
Okay, well,
it's almost like the paradox of balance or something, like, or even perfection. Like, is there actually such a thing as like the final product, or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or the end goal.
I think so. I think there is. There's a destination.
I don't know. Where is it? Where is it?
Death.
It's relative to the person.
And when you get there, will you feel the same way, do you think? I don't think you will.
I think
I really don't.
It's relative to the person. I feel like some people are fulfilled by the destination, and then some people are using the destination to try to fulfill themselves. If that makes sense. Like some people, like they know this is in alignment with me.
don't really make sense to my brain, but that's a very weird thing. So yeah.
I think of it like a video game with no ending, though. Like Skyrim, can you ever do all the side quests and the main? So like, I just feel like I'm doing I have a main quest I'm doing, and then I have like 5 side quests I'm doing, but my focus is always the main quest. And then once the main quest is done, I can do all the side quests, and then maybe even come up with a new main quest. It's like it's never ending because I'm always going to go to the next level. But I think certain games I'm playing end, and that's what regular people, that's what they think is the only game. And I'm like, girl, it's never going to end. But they don't realize it till they end the game, and then they're not prepared. And that's where midlife crisis shows up or something else. And I think it's better for our generation to think of it as like it's never ending, but that's because you're on to the next thing.
It's like a horizon to me.
The horizon's always
Ooh.
changing. You might get to the one place in the horizon, but once you're there, there's still a horizon. You know
Oh,
what I
and you
mean?
know what? This is something I internalized growing up. If I made a goal for myself and I didn't accomplish it or I changed paths, thought it was a failure. And now I don't think of it as a failure. I think of it as adapting. As long as I'm not giving up and I'm actually adapting to something greater. Like I became a streamer last year and I told myself I would never be a streamer. And I was like, Brittany, we're making a change. And I was like, oh no. And I knew it was coming. And the same way that I always know something's coming and I'm like, I'm not ready to make this change. And then I finally get to that place where I'm ready. And I'm like, here we go. Next version of Brittany's adventure that I didn't think it would come, but here we are. So that's another thing is I don't internalize it as a failure anymore. Just adapting.
I do think
Yeah.
like I can see what Rashad is saying about the final destination and kind of settling into contentness with it. And I also see what Harmony is saying in regards to like there's always the okay, and now what? At least like for me, like that's something that I'm trying to learn to be better at, is to stop and smell the roses instead of immediately going to the now what's the next thing. But I do wonder, Rashad, like you said, your first thing that comes up is I can't have that. I wonder like what are you doing? Do you feel like that's something that you're gonna stick with, or is it something that you want to change? Because when I see something that I don't have yet, I think, how do I get that? Like if I want it.
I don't know. Like I'm kind of just catching this shit. Like I used to be very delusional with how much I could. Like there were some things like I was always like I used to always think of this as the easiest thing. Like I was like, man, like I could do fucking political commentary. That's just easy, and it fucking happened. Like it was one of those things where I never thought it was out of reach. I always felt like it was just something that was just like an extension of myself. But like material possessions, just really nice things in life, I always thought like, man, that's gonna be like or those things don't come to me easily. And I always like kind of identified with that. Like I kind of absorbed that. I kind of used it as like a state of being. But then like as I got older, like I'm like 23 now, I'm like, wait, hold on a second. I don't like this shit. Like I don't like looking at like the stuff that I want and thinking it's out of reach. Like who the fuck does that? Like I just thought to myself, okay, does the average person, maybe they might, but I was like, maybe the average person isn't as self-restrictive. So let me just like imagine that I have it. Or maybe let me just like let myself have it mentally. So like oftentimes I'll just be mentally like, why do you think you can't have it? Or like I'll try to like go to the younger version of me that thought I was like super duper invincible and try to connect it with like the I can have it, and then try to like mush this kind of like I can have it all mentality together to try to cover up that, not cover it up, but like place the shape where it's supposed to go in the puzzle. You know what I mean? So yeah, trying to like I always try to just envision like, okay, I can have it or I have it, to try to combat that subconscious thought of like, I can't have it, because I don't like that shit. It was kind of cool to be the underdog, but now I'm like, I don't like that. It just feels weird. So.
I will say I had a feeling of relief. I saw this TikTok. I don't know if you guys have felt this, but it was really powerful for me, where it said, some guy was quoting somebody else and he said, what you're doing like now, like every day of your life is the rest of your life. And I had like such a moment of relief where I was like, oh, thank God. Like if I had read this or seen this like 10 years ago, I would have been like, no. And I kind of had that realization in my 20s where I was like, this cannot be the rest of my life. This cannot be the rest of my life. I have to change. And now having that same realization this week, I was like, oh, this is a pretty good life. And like I looked at my partner, I was like, this is a pretty good life. He's like, it's a pretty good life. I was like, okay, we could do this for another 100 years. It's a pretty damn good life, you know? It's not the fanciest and it's not the poorest. It's like right there in that sweet spot where like just enough struggle, but also every day feels like I can breathe. I'll take it. And that was like a huge relief of like, oh my God, okay, we're good. And that's, I think, another thing, like, I know comparison is the thief of joy, but I think when you compare yourself to your past self, to see where you've come, to see, because it's hard when you're climbing the mountain to think you've made any progress until you look down, you're like, oh, fuck. Like, okay, I've really been climbing, and it feels really good. I'm not at the top, but I'm pretty fucking high up, and that's pretty nice, you know?
Yeah, I'm still a bum, so, like, I'm a peon. I'm in, like, that peon stage where I'm, like, you know, like, okay, like, trying to mentally just, like, try to mentally put myself where you are, even though I'm not there yet. Like, just get used to the idea of it going well.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's kind of where I'm trying to like direct myself mentally, because I just feel like identifying with negative outcomes, I don't know. It's just like it's normal. I feel like it's what my brain does as a place of comfort, but I don't know. I feel like positivity, although it's more taxing to try to tap into, I feel like it's better in the long run. I feel like it makes some sort of a slight difference, but
I mean, optimism is really good for the brain, right? But I think it's nice to know where you are, and it's nice to know that this too shall end. I think that's so comforting to know that, because like we all have to go through our level of suffering, and then we learn to do it a little bit more wisely. But it's never, even suffering, like Maiden was saying, is like never ending. It just, the journey doesn't end, the suffering doesn't end. It just becomes more wise, and like that's kind of nice. I think that's kind of a beautiful realization. Yeah, I know it's getting pretty late, and I figure I'm pretty low on spoons. I figure you guys must be. So,
Yes.
Any last minute thoughts?
If I had a burp, it would be a good moment to have burped. But
Bummer. All right, guys. Well, thank you so much for being here. Do you guys have the spoons to shout yourselves out, or you want me to just leave the links on my channel?
I'll
No,
throw my
okay.
spoons at is RealSmeth on YouTube.
Okay, RealSmeth, Rashad Crenshaw, Arena,
Yeah.
Maiden, Brittany. I will go ahead and link everyone. Thank you for being here. What a great conversation. And I will see the girls next month, and maybe the boys again soon. All right. Good night. Bye.
Oh, ooh, tired, and then I'm gonna get fuck you. Oh, okay. I'm gonna finish my video. I'm gonna do some things. There's some important things happening. Sometimes there are things that we're avoiding, and they're hard to do. But we have to do them, and that is different from dreaming of. No, it's you're avoiding. I'm gonna have to stop avoiding, and I'm gonna have to start living. And I'm gonna start living so that you can start seeing someone start living. Because how fucking rare is that, huh? How rare is it to see someone start living? You don't fucking see that shit. You don't even know what that looks like. I'm gonna show you what that looks like. Talking about narcissistic style. I'm gonna fucking show you how to live, bitch. I'm gonna show you how to fucking live. I'm gonna show you what it feels like. You'll feel it through me. I'm gonna fucking show you how to feel. Have a good one. It's been great. Next time on the Smeth Show. Tune in, motherfucker.